so that everybody has an opportunity to enjoy this. Again, thank you all so very much.
Congratulations, Dr. Malveaux. And now I ask Ms. Patricia Wheeler from the DC Hall of Fame Board to introduce our induction officer.
Okay, I am almost the last person standing between you and dinner. It is my pleasure to introduce Attorney General Karl Racine, as he is the first elected Attorney General of the District of Columbia. With his inauguration in 2014, the Office of the Attorney General began an era of independence and accountability to district residents. He is now serving his second term as Attorney General after winning an overwhelming vote in this past election. I asked him to tell me something that a lot of people didn't know, so I wouldn't just list the regular accolades. And what he told me he's especially proud of is he is the son of Dr. Marie Racine, a 45-year professor at the University of District of Columbia, and I think that deserves some applause. Karl is committed to the use of the law to help the city's most vulnerable residents. A native Washingtonian and lifelong resident, Attorney General Racine earned his bachelor's degree at the University of Pennsylvania and his law degree from the University of Virginia School of Law. Thank you, Attorney General Racine, for your service tonight.
Now with our 2019 DC Hall of Famers, join us up here at the podium with Attorney General Karl Racine.
Thank you. So now is the moment that we've been waiting for, and this is the opportunity to confer the 19th Annual Washington, D.C. Hall of Fame Legacy Award. Each of the conferees has distinguished themselves in their fields of endeavor, and each represent the history of Washington, D.C. Please place your right hand on your legacy medallion. Perfect. Right hand on that legacy medallion. Perfect. And state, state your name.
Aye. Stephen Trachtenberg.
Even though that wasn't your picture. State your name again. All right. Do solemnly promise to continue.
Do solemnly continue.
To the best of my ability.
Best of my ability.
To serve our community and all humankind.
To serve our community and all humankind.
To assist in improving the quality of life for all.
To assist in improving the quality of life for all.
With dedication and commitment to the citizens of Washington, D.C.
Dedication and commitment to the citizens of the District of Columbia, D.C.
And thereto I give my solemn promise.
Thereto I give my solemn promise.
By virtue of the authority bestowed on me as the induction officer, I hereby formally induct each of you in the Washington, D.C. Hall of Fame and grant to each of you all of the rights, honor, privileges, and immunities thereto appertaining. Congratulations. You may be seated.
She was bestowed the Hall of Fame Founders Award, and tonight we recognize her for her lifetime achievement. Ladies and gentlemen, join me with a rousing applause for Dr. Janet Hostin Harris.
I want to accept this award on behalf of both of my parents. I do understand that the inscription says Jeanette Hostin Harris, but as you all know, she was a pair. Rudy Harris, they were joined at the hip, and in public they spoke with one voice. My mom and dad were married 56 years ago and they had 2 kids, but as you could tell from the former mayor, there was really not much time for social activity. She always had a project and she cared for those projects as though they were her kids. I want to thank the Hall of Fame from the Harris family for recognizing her contributions to this city. She was a historian, and she loved this city, and her spirit will be missed. Thank you.
The fact that she was a black woman, that she was a former slave, this, puts it into a different stratosphere.
It's an amazing story, but it's all rooted in the Afro-Cuban community. No group of Americans can claim a greater level of patriotism than African Americans.
Men and women who dare to dream, who dare to challenge, create history. Join Tim Reed for Legacy of a People, an examination of the history-making contributions of black people here in the U.S. and across the globe.
Wow. College already.
Yeah. We gotta go.
I love you.
I love you too, Daddy. And thanks for everything.
Gratitude. Pass it on. A message from the Foundation for a Better Life.
Washington, D.C. is known for a lot of things. But did you know that D.C. is fashion? What the cupcake? Today's Washington, D.C. is more than government. D.C. is beauty, style, avant-garde, historic, menswear, runway, footwear, edgy, made right here. D.C. is fashion, darling, and we've got proof.
I like to help citizens. I'm really into helping people to be safer.
She just kept holding my hand saying, please help me, please help me.
It goes from 0, and then any given second, just be a 10.
One who's going to help solve the problems in the community.
I'm doing my dream each and every day.
It's a great time to be NPD.
What we've done specifically at DFS is the #1 priority for testing is sexual assault kits. So the first cases we pick for testing in the laboratory are the sexual assault kits to ensure that we're staying current.
In our unit, we have kind of efficiency groups. So we're kind of routinely looking at ways that we can improve our processes. And it's kind of bottom up, top down. We're all kind of working together, and that is a focus of ours. And people are not afraid to make suggestions within our unit and question things.
It's our responsibility as forensic scientists to stay informed on new developments, new studies, new validations, new technologies, so that we can try to incorporate the best of the best in order to assist us and get more cases out.
I've spoken with analysts across the country at conferences, and when talking about the system we have in place, their minds are blown that we work so well with other agencies and we prioritize the sexual assault kits the way we do and how we test them and just all the feedback. It's a continual feedback loop between us, the police department, the attorney's office, the forensic nurses that take the kits, the victim advocates, the survivors themselves. It's a continual learning process, and I think that's what's really important as well.
A lot of times the children sexual assault cases, those are the ones that really get to me. I mean, I feel sad and sorry for all of the victims, but I will say those are probably the ones that get to me the most.
I think every forensic scientist has times when they take their work home emotionally. I don't think you would be human if you would say, no, I don't take it home and I can leave it at the door. Every single person is impacted by it. When you think about every single item of evidence, again, with somebody's worst day of their life, and I am responsible for ensuring that it's tested with the highest quality, yeah, it impacts you. It impacts you every day.
We do read these case synopsises and they do hit home. There are ones that happen in areas that I used to go out to after playing softball with my friends, or areas that I know really frequently that it could be my fiance, or it could be my friend from college, or my coworkers.
It's a shame how many sexual assaults occur in this country every day. It hurts knowing that there are women out there and children and even men that are out there who feel ashamed that what has happened to them. So to me, I know it's very important to just give them a sense like it's not your fault. This thing happened to you. My work that I do will help catch the person who committed this horrible act, and hopefully they won't be able to commit it again.
Everybody's case is unique, and this is what we're here for, is to test these cases and to be able to do our best to find out what exactly happened. So if you don't even report it, then we can't even help you, so at least let us help you.
Bring it on. Bring it on.
Absolutely.
I would definitely take the work, because somebody has to do the work in order to get those perpetrators off the street.
Absolutely, that's what we're here for.
In the end of the day, I look at it as they need answers, they need assistance, that's what we're here to do. So it just drives me to do the best I can each day, and that's what helps me come back to work every day is, these people need our help, and we're the ones that are trained and able to do it, and we're the experts.
Greetings, Allenton family. Come on, we gotta do better than that. Y'all act like it's a regular assembly. Greetings, Allenton family. Let's give it up for the radical elite. Give it up for the radical elite, y'all. All right, so those of you who have been in Allenton for a while know that Principal Logan doesn't believe in coincidence. I believe in confirmations. And I was lucky enough to visit several of the departments, and there were two reoccurring themes. One was hard work. I heard Bradley Cooper say, it takes hard work to do this right. And I heard Common reference the great Khalil Gibran and the prophet that says, work is a manifestation of love. So therefore, VA, Mr. Easton was right. Hard work beats talent when talent don't work. The other thread was about your breath, about getting centered, getting your structure in place so you can perform. We heard Ms. Badu tell you about breathing. That sometimes you have to encourage yourself. We heard Dave and Chris and Mr. Cooper talk about their process of breathing. It was confirmation today that in this house, you walk hollow halls of great instructors who are telling you how to get to the next level. But I want you to thank Mr. Dave Chappelle and all his friends for dropping jewels on you today. Thank you, Dave, for getting the Warriors of the Light in the house. Thank you for giving your time and your talent. We are deeply grateful, and we love you madly. Now, Ellington, please welcome up DC's own Mayor Mario Bowser.
Hello, Duke Ellington. Everybody, hello. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. I hardly have any voice left, but I'm going to use it for our friend Dave Chappelle. Dave Chappelle is a son of Washington, D.C., and he is proud of where he comes from, and he is proud, most of all, of this beautiful school, Duke Ellington. Dave is a big deal. We all know that. He has gone all over the world. He has conquered Hollywood, and he's done it on his own terms, and he has been true to his art. But he has never too big for us. When we opened this beautiful school, he was with us. When he won an Emmy, he wanted you to be inspired by it, so he gave it to us. On one of the biggest weekends of his entire life, where he is honored by the Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts with its highest honor for comedy, he made sure that he could come back to us and give a master class here at the school that sent him to the world. Dave Chappelle has also let the world know about DC public schools, and that all of the taxpayers, the mayors before me, the members of the council, all of DC arts community said, when we look around this region, we are going to have the best performing arts school in the land. And when people come to visit us, they say, that's a high school? And I said, it has the best of the best. And anybody who asks me how much it costs, I said, we're going to have the best of the best. And so this weekend, in addition to giving Dave a key to the city, and I don't give out too many of those, I had the opportunity to make yesterday in Washington, D.C., Dave Chappelle Day. Let me tell you why. So the reason I did it, this is the reason why I did it. Because Dave has gone around the world and he looks at the same things that everybody looks at, but he looks at it through a lens that's just so different, so comical, but so smart, that he makes us laugh about the things that are funny. He even makes us laugh about the things that are not. And we want to thank you, Dave, for your true talent. I want to thank the teachers and staff and leadership here at Duke Ellington, because in this audience, there's some more Dave Chappelles. And Dave has shown them the way. So, like I did for a really hoity-toity audience on Saturday, because I'm mayor, I get to proclaim these things. And I proclaimed October 27, 2019, and every October 27 from now on, Dave Chappelle Day in Washington, D.C.
Yo, could you imagine this? My own day, and it's proclaimed at my old high school. So this is what I suggest. From now on October 27th, everybody in honor of me at Duke Ellington skip school.
Okay, now, if we can have order in the court, please. I'm the serious one. I'm Phil Mendelson. I'm chairman of the city council. The mayor asked me as she was leaving that no, it's not going to be, you can skip school every year. Great idea. It doesn't work. School's good for you, right? School's good for you. Again, I'm Phil Mendelson. I'm chairman of the city council. When I was asked to come and speak at this occasion, I quickly answered yes for two reasons. First, it is an honor to Ellington for its alumnus, Dave Chappelle, to come back over and over to support this school, and I'm here to acknowledge that honor. Second, I have my own attachment to Ellington as my daughter Addie graduated from here in 2018. Shout out for visual arts. Sorry, Dave. You all know how important Duke Ellington School of the Arts is. Ellington provides an excellent public education. It also trains hundreds of students each year in various aspects of the arts. We know that an arts curriculum in our schools can make a positive difference in academic achievement. More significant to me, one measure of society is its creative culture. Our city is a better place for its commitment to the arts, a more interesting, diverse, creative, and soul-searching place. Yes, soul-searching, because often that is what art is, even comedy. I don't need to explain how important Dave Chappelle has been to Ellington, not only as a success story, but as a role model and financial supporter. Going to Ellington is a good education, I know, because I'm a father of a graduate. Going to Ellington is great for your interest in some aspect of the arts. Going to Ellington is following in the footsteps of many, many success stories, and Dave Chappelle is one of them. I was supposed to make an introduction, which will come a little bit later, so I'm going to instead just say that Tia Harris, the CEO, is going to speak next. Thank you so much.
Dave, this is for you. I think you remember standing under the lights of the Ellington Theater. Whether it was in tights or tie-dye, you always brought your whole self to the stage. And that's risky. That's very risky. But you were and you are courageous. I mean, look at you today. The newest recipient of the Kennedy Center Mark Twain Prize Award. We are so proud of you and your artistic accomplishments. You, Dave, the courageous, generous, profound, prolific, provocative, and yes, at times, the unapologetically politically incorrect you. We love you madly, and now we know what madly means. We like to think that this city and this school had a small measure of positive impact on you. And so we now say to you, thank you for letting us stand in your light. But some folks came along with you to stand in your light today. Come on up and introduce them to us, Dave.
Hey everybody, last night was great, but today is, I dare say, even more fun. My friends came from all over the country last night to honor me, which was very kind. I don't know if everyone got to see everybody, but please, when I say the names, give them all a big round of applause. Firstly, Miss Erykah Badu. I don't know that she's here anymore or not, because everyone had to run out. But just shout them out. Mr. Bradley Cooper. And of course, Chicago's finest MC, Common. And then we had two amazing musical virtuosos, both of whom are still here. The mighty Thundercat is in the building. And France's own, but now DC's own, Mr. Frederick Yanay is in the building. And my comrade and brother in comedy, the legendary Chris Tucker, is in the building. Did I forget anybody? I can't express to you like how busy these people are, like how hard it is for them to get out. Just honorary mention, two other people very dear to me. The Roastmaster General, Mr. Jeffrey Ross, is in the building. He's a comic legend. And somewhere in here is the writer and director and co-creator of Chappelle's Show on Comedy Central. Mr. Neil Brennan is in the building. And you know, last night, all these people came out to honor me, but today, they literally came out for you. You have no idea how much being in front of you guys is inspiring and how much it reminds everybody, like, why we did these things in the first place. Protect your heart, young people. Protect your heart. Don't ever become a cynic. Protect your heart and you will protect your art, but be a soldier about it, man, and be really, 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 really good to each other at all costs, because I promise you so many of you will be friends for the rest of your lives. Shout out to my man Marcus Burrows, alumni of the Visual Arts Department here, who's here with me today. And shout out Captain Antonio Tyler, another alumni of the Visual Arts Department that's here with me today. I know a lot of you guys are thinking, why is all Dave's friends in visual arts? Because back in those days, they were the thuggiest. Let's get And special shout out to my department, all the theater students. You know what I mean? I love every department, but man, I'm telling you, see how crazy they went? It's a theater thing you wouldn't understand, man. We the weirdos. God bless you, and I love you all. Who's next? Am I bringing someone else? Oh, am I the last guy? All right. Oh, I forgot. Where's Donnell at? Where's Ashley Larry at? Yo, and my brother on Chappelle's Show, one of the best comedians Washington, D.C. has ever produced, Mr. Donnell Rawlings, is in the building. Well, you know, every time I do something good, just know that you should see your reflection in it. And every time I do something bad, whoops, that's my fault. But just stay true to yourselves and be good to each other, and just know that I'm honored to be able to say that I went to this school. And one day you will be too. And I'm very proud of all of you, and thank you for being part of the Kennedy Center Honor Class last night.
Good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, whoa! I'm proud that I'd like to thank the Academy. No. This isn't my Emmy, this is your Emmy. This is the Emmy that Dave Chappelle won and that he gave to you, the students of Duke Ellington School. And I have never seen a more beautiful gesture for a man to give back to this community. I'm Senator Paul Strauss. I'm the elected U.S. Senator from Washington, D.C., the non-voting senator, sometimes called the shadow senator. But Dave Chappelle is helping us change that by working for us in our fight for D.C. statehood. He's been one of our 51 stars like you, to help us get those 51 stars on the American flag for the 51st state, the District of Columbia, our hometown. And Dave is an entertainer, a comedian to be sure, but he is a fighter for our constitutional rights. He speaks out in his art by protecting our right to the First Amendment, free speech. He tells truth to power, and he inspires all of us every day to be better human beings and to serve our community by an example of his selflessness and dedication. And the best thing that anybody in public life can do is be a role model to young people who are going to be filling the next generation of leadership. So whether you're going to be a leader in the arts, as I know all of you will, or whether you're going to be a leader in civic life, as I hope you all will as well, follow the example of this man. Continue to give back to your community. Never forget where you came from. And this was a great award, but last night I had the privilege of watching him accept our nation's highest honor for comedy, the Mark Twain Award. Mark Twain was a brilliant comedian who, among his other traits, deliberately and appropriately made fun of a lot of politicians. And when you make fun of politicians, you help keep us all honest. And so thank you, Dave, for continuing to inspire integrity, particularly, and these are some difficult times, let's face it, right? These are some times when we really need politicians to be better leaders. And when I see Dave Chappelle, it makes me want to do my job better so that I can live up to the expectations that all of you rightfully set for us.
I got to tell you, when I came out here early, I didn't realize what was happening. I thought I'd already give you an Emmy. This is a whole nother Emmy from the one I gave you. This one is better than the first because it's from a special that I shot right here in Washington at the Warner. It was called Equanimity, which is one of my favorite words. And the word equanimity, don't forget it, kids, it literally means steadiness of mind under duress. Let's all keep it cool. And the other title on here was The Bird Revelation. The Bird Revelation is, the music students to know this is a reference to Charlie Parker, who they used to call Bird. One of the greatest saxophonists, if not the greatest saxophonist that ever lived. Charlie Parker, at one point in his career, realized how to play the music he wanted to play. It all happened in a single solo at a place called Minton's Playhouse. And that moment when he figured out how he wanted to play, they called the Bird Revelation. He figured out, oh, I can play any note in the chord if I can just resolve it by the end of the measure. And he described it, he said, I came alive, I could fly. And he played like a superhero. After he figured that out, no one had ever approached music like that before. He was like 22 years old, black dude from Kansas City living in New York. He was a heroin addict. But he made some of the best music America's ever produced. And he started out just like you guys. So keep it clean, experiment with your art, and don't do heroin. Thank you very much.
I want to introduce one last master to you. Our Museum Studies Department has been working diligently The accomplishments of Mr. Chappelle are grand, but we get to get the light shine. We've now got 2 Emmys. Well, we don't have 2 Emmys. We've been gifted 2 Emmys as a form of inspiration for you. But it was very important that they have a place to live that was appropriate. Some place that you can't miss when you walk into the building. And something that was professionally created to match the level of accomplishment of the man. I'd like to introduce you to Timothy Ann Burnside. She is a curator at the National Museum of African American History and Culture. We're going to steal her from them if we can. But I'd like for her to tell you a little bit about the project and encourage you. You know, we never open the gallery doors, right? Never, ever. Today, the gallery doors will be open for your exit so that you can stroll by this amazing Dave Chappelle Emmy cabinet.
Thank you, Tia.
Talk about it.
Yeah. Hey, everybody, how are you? First of all, I have to say thank you to Dave for recognizing that not all the departments have literal rock stars attached to them. So to have the Museum Studies Department included today in your masterclass day, truly, truly remarkable for him to consider that. So we spent the day putting together a display of some of your things from Chappelle's show. Oh, wow. So folks, we spent a little bit of time practicing with the wonderful Museum Studies students how to actually create an exhibition, how to think about the narrative, how to write the labels, how to design the space, how to actually care for the objects and make sure that they look good and that they're safe. And so as you go today outside of the theater, please look for a Rick James blazer, and a little more complex outfit to display and talk to your Museum Studies friends about why. The Gallagher outfit is outside. In addition to that, we have a yearbook that features an old photograph or 2 of him performing. And the proclamation that you heard about earlier. So this will be added to that display. It already has the first Emmy. So we're just so thrilled that you included Museum Studies and the school wanted to honor you in that way. So Dave, thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Man, I couldn't be from a better city. Thank you guys very much. God bless you, and go get them out there.
We've been waiting for a very special guest. And so many special guests today, right? She has arrived. So I want you to take a moment. The city has a special gift for Dave, and we should be here as it is bestowed.
So I'm going to make the introduction. In case you haven't figured out, it's part of show business, we've been sort of stretching time a little bit. But I'm very pleased to introduce Congresswoman Eleanor Holmes Norton. It is truly an honor to be here to speak on behalf of two great people, Dave Chappelle and Eleanor Holmes Norton. For those who don't know, Congresswoman Norton is a native Washingtonian who has represented us in Congress since 1990. She was a civil rights activist in the 1960s, a member of SNCC, Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, who worked in Mississippi during Freedom Summer of 1964. She was the first African American and first woman to head the U.S. Equal Employment Opportunity Commission when appointed by then President Jimmy Carter. In the Wilson Building, we affectionately call her our warrior on the Hill because that is what she is, constantly fighting for local autonomy, local governance, and statehood for the 700,000 plus residents of Washington, D.C. It is a pleasure for me to introduce Eleanor Holmes Norton.
Hello, Duke Ellington. You got a star in your midst, and a star that you helped produce. Look, Dave, I've come to welcome Dave Chappelle home. I've come to welcome our DC native son and Duke Ellington's native son home. I have to tell you, Dave, you're a good omen for statehood. When they see that you have won the Mark Twain Prize, they're gonna throw statehood at us. That our DC native has been recognized as a world famous celebrity. And Dave, I want you to know that you are our one and only world famous celebrity. But you have taken your place among the nation's greats with the award of the Mark Twain Prize for American Humor. Even overshadows your 2 Emmys, your 2 straight Grammys for straight years, even your still memorable Chappelle Show. You know, Dave, you keep being on a roll. You know, I opened my hometown newspaper. There it says, a Twain surprise salute to our fearless hometown hero. You know what, Dave, I can't help but say, there are 2 people who can't possibly forget you. One of them is your mother, my own classmate at Dunbar High School. Yvonne Reed, would you stand up? Stand up, Yvonne. Stand up. So a hometown hero doesn't come out of nowhere. It came out of Yvonne Chappelle. And I'm going to ask you now, Dave, to allow me to give you what Congress hasn't even given the district. We don't have statehood yet, but we have the Congress of the United States congratulating Dave Chappelle for winning the Mark Twain Prize, and here it is.
I'll go. That concludes today's assembly. Give it up for Dave Chappelle and friends. So, in honor of Spirit Week, we are going to dismiss the purple class, which is the class of 2020. Please stand up. You are dismissed to go home. Only the class of 2020.
Hi, I'm Britt Waters, here to shout out all the music talent that's coming your way this season on The Sound. From hip hop, rock, pop, reggae, jazz, R&B, we got something for everyone, even a little bit of country. No TV show in the DMV promotes more local artists than The Sound. Turn up The Sound, Fridays, 7:30 p.m. exclusively on DCN.
Hey, what's going on, DMV music community? It's your boy Dove. Now check this out. The mayor, the DC Entertainment Office, and Georgetown University have launched the first ever DC Music Census. That means you can be a part of the biggest citywide survey of DC's music industry ever. And the best thing about it is, your input will identify the best way to support and grow DC music culture. Now, this only works if everybody in the DC music scene participates. And get this, the online survey only takes a few minutes. So drop on in at dcmusiccensus.com.
I like to help citizens. I'm really into helping people to be safer.
She just kept holding my hand saying, please help me, please help me.
It goes from 0, and then any given second, just be a 10.
One who's going to help solve the problems in the community.
I'm doing my dream each and every day.
It's a great time to be MPD.
My name is Clinton Lacey. I'm the director here at DYRS, and it is my honor, a distinct honor, as always, to be here with you, to serve in this role. It was Dr. Martin Luther King who said that true justice is actually an act of love in public, an act of love in the system. So we're the juvenile justice system. This is a juvenile justice agency. This is YSC. And it might be counterintuitive, or many may not have thought that the people who run a detention center and run a juvenile justice center would talk about loving young people. But that's exactly not just what we talk about, that's our walk, that's our ambition, that's what we strive to do. So that this is your last stop on the juvenile justice train, that this is the place where you get what you need to learn, to grow, to remember your dreams, to remember who you are, who God made you, and begin a course, a new course, to pursue your goals and your dreams. And that's what our work is all about. And so over the course of a few years, almost 5 years that we've been here, we've tried to do that. And that's our work every day. And this is an example of an act of love. And I just want to say thank you to all of our staff who made this possible. And most of all, none of this would be happening if it weren't for our mayor, Muriel Bowser, who's made this possible. Please. She took a chance on me, gave me this opportunity, but not just that, has allowed us to imagine, allowed us to grow, has given us the space and the opportunity to do what we're doing. This wouldn't be happening if it weren't for her. And this isn't happening anywhere else in the country. You all are a part of something special. You're making history. And your success is going to prove the value of this. And so we're greatly grateful to our mayor for making this possible and her entire team. We're also hugely excited and grateful for our brother Nick Cannon to be here with us today. You know, I'm just another guy with an opinion. But I remember when Drumline came out. And I said, true story, and I said to my wife, you know, that when I first saw the film, I said, and I'm no film critic, right? But I said, that brother is going to be huge. I felt that way from the beginning. And he is an international superstar, a gifted triple threat, quadruple threat actor, right? Performing artist, stage and screen, an executive, showing us that it's not just about our talent to perform, but we can be the executives over businesses, a groundbreaking leader in our community. And what I admire most, although I'm a Nick Cannon fan, I'm an admirer of a brother who, with all of this celebrity, all of this success, never forgot where he came from. And so the same way I, as one individual, felt that I saw greatness in him, he sees greatness in you. He believes in you. That's why he's here. And each and every one of you and who you represent and our people, as we continue to reclaim our futures, right? To remember who we are, who we were born to be, what we deserve, what we have a right to in the form of a good life, to be part of a community where we're contributing, where we're part of the solution. That's what he's about. And it's my distinct pleasure at this point to introduce to you our brother, Nick Cannon.
Thank you for the kind words, man. I don't even know how to live up to all that. I'm like, what are you talking about? Honestly, though, we spoke briefly before, and I want to make the introduction to Mayor Bowser, but I truly want to emphasize just the importance of, and even highlight what you just said about really just believing in yourselves and the vision that I have. Like, I never want to get up here and be preachy, and once you guys understand, once we get into that circle, we start to unpack, really connect, and really do become one unit, because this is a beautiful process. Right now, it's going to be the first day, and you're going to see all of the differences, and I believe Professor Ruffin is actually going to do a few exercises with us to show our differences and similarities, but it was ultimately to bring us all closer together, to understand that we all come from the same source. We all come from the same sauce. And the fact that we'll be able to tap in and we'll reveal some stuff, we'll see some stuff, we're going to learn and grow about each other daily or weekly as we get an opportunity to do this. And it's all rooted in what we say is the love for one another, the love for our culture, the love for ourselves, and even expressing love in a facility of incarceration. We've gone through this process a few times already, and everything from the text and literature, from Bell Hooks and teaching community, all the way through the process of Souls of Black Folks from W.E.B. Du Bois. We're gonna be able to unpack some stuff. It's gonna be things that you can relate to. It's gonna be things that might go over certain people's heads, stuff go over my head all the time, and then it taps in later. But one thing that's not gonna go over our head is this connection that we have in this room. And knowing that as you see people standing around, you might see the microphones and the cameras and all that stuff, but ultimately, all of that goes away. It's really tapping in to see how we care and love for one another. And once all the cameras turn off, how do you feel about and care and love yourself? And that's why I'm here today. I'm a student at Howard University to really show the importance of education, but more importantly, to show the knowledge of myself, to understand. Could have picked any other facility or place in the world, but the opportunity to go to a HBCU, the Mecca, changed my life. It wasn't the money, it wasn't the music, it wasn't all the things that you may have known before, movies, TV. It's really coming here and understanding that education is real wealth, and education itself is real wisdom. And one of the people who actually helped me with that journey and has enlightened me so much is the person I would love to introduce, who actually introduced the mayor. She, from the day that I met her on my freshman year in 2016, we had some similarities of doing things with youth and facilities of incarceration. And it opened my eyes of how not only a powerful speaker, but just a powerful spirit she is. And if you don't know her yet, you'll get to know her. But I would be remiss to say she's truly changed my life, and I know she's gonna change yours. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Muhammad.
It is such an honor and a privilege to be here today to see all of the beautiful and intellectual faces. This academic pursuit is going to be rigorous, it is going to be challenging, but it's also going to be enriching. When I met Director Lacy and he shared with me his vision for the DYRS and what love actually looks like in policy, there was no contesting that. There was no contesting that that was the empty space. And this semester, we've incorporated with a dynamic group of facilitators to be able to engage with you over 15 weeks in the semester, ending with the culmination of a class performance to be able to allow you to use your body, to use your mind, to be able to use your soul, and allow nothing to hold you back, and be a constant reminder that Howard University was created for individuals like us all in this room today. It is an honor to be able to introduce our mayor, who supports this program not only in the DC Department of Corrections, but also in DYRS, and understands firsthand the importance of juvenile justice and correction education. Without further ado, I introduce to you Mayor Bowser.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. I am really delighted to be here. I want to acknowledge Dr. Muhammad for this inspirational program. I certainly want to thank Professor Ruffin for being here and what you will bring. And I too confess to being a serious Nick Cannon fan, and I'm so glad that he is with us. But I'm a really, really big fan of Clinton Lacy. I'm just going to share with you, I hope I don't embarrass you, Director, but I want to share with you how truly lucky we are to have Director Lacy with us. When I got to be mayor, I was doing a lot of interviews to attract really great people to come and work for us. And I have over 70 directors to appoint. And Director Lacy was living in New York City. He came down on a train. We interviewed him with a small group of people in our offices over at Judiciary Square. And after we talked to Director Lacy for about 45 minutes, we finished and said, thank you very much, we'll be in touch. You know, you get this call like that sometimes and say, well, don't call us, we'll call you. We looked around at each other and we said, I said, I want to hire him. Can somebody run down and get him before he gets back on the train? And we were able to get him before he got back on the train and offered him the job on the spot. What Director Lacy brought to us was a vision that we wanted to just emphasize, and we wanted it to spread. And it's also a value that is just really endemic in our city. And it is the value of promoting and embracing second chances. I tell people frequently, and we don't have to look further than our former Mayor Marion Barry, who had the spirit of falling down and getting back up and living a life of second chances and making sure that we all have those second chances. There's not a person in this world who hasn't made a mistake, and none of us is the summation of our worst mistake. And we all have a life full of possibilities as long as we're living and breathing. And so what we in our city are really focused on is how we're using all our agencies, DYRS, education, parks and recreation, employment services, human services, you name it, to make sure every person, every DC resident has an opportunity to prosper and enjoy the prosperity that we are experiencing in our city. Like a lot of you, I was born here, I was raised here, and I had a lot of opportunities. And our job is to level it out so that everybody can fulfill their life's dreams. And everybody can overcome mistakes. And everybody can realize a second chance. Sometimes a third chance, and sometimes even a fourth chance until we get it right. And so that's why we're here. And I love that this course will teach us what love looks like in policy. We're going to spread that to the city council, to boards and commissions, people who are running, and it's all right to talk about what love looks like. And when I was listening to the professors talk about this course, what I also realized is that they're bringing college to DYRS. Howard University is about $40,000, $50,000 a year, and we're getting that college right here. So I hope that everybody embraces it for what it is. And I can just hear from what's already been said, it's going to make you stretch a little, trust a lot, be scared a little, and learn a lot. And just take this opportunity. That's the thing I miss about college. It's the last real good chance you're going to get to be free without the responsibilities of paying the bills and everything that goes with going to work, and you get to learn just for the sake of learning. And that's a great lesson that I know that we're going to get from Nick, who such a young person has enjoyed such tremendous success by following and living with his God-given talent. But that wasn't enough. He wanted to come to the Mecca just to expand and love learning. And that's what I hope that you will have an opportunity to do here. So let me say on behalf of all of us, Director Lacey, everybody here at DYRS, and everybody in the city, that we do love you. And more than that, we need you. And so that's why, take this time for the second chance, or the third chance if it is, and experience this learning. God bless you all.
What does this bridge mean for Washington, D.C.?
Wow. My name is Ra'Adia Cloyd. I'm the office engineer for the Frederick Douglass Memorial Bridge Project. Some elements for the quality of life that will improve for the citizens for Ward 6 and 8, honestly, for me, I think it would be ease and ability. It would be easier for residents to commute to and from their wards, go to work, enjoy the new amenities that will be along the bridges, or even to enjoy a local baseball game.
The Frederick Douglass Memorial Bridge is one of the oldest bridges here in the city. It was built in the 50s, so of course it is functionally deficient and structurally obsolete. So actually seeing a landmark take shape within our generation is going to be fantastic to watch. And then most importantly is making sure that we have a bridge that's worthy of the legacy of Frederick Douglass. The current bridge met the design codes of 1950, but it is not reminiscent or not reflective of the vibrancy of Washington, D.C. now. So the bridge is actually going to bring the two communities on each side of the river together and really celebrate the legacy of Frederick Douglass.
We have some residents who are resistant to change simply because they're used to what they normally do. They're used to the mailman coming at 3 o'clock, and because construction is in play, they come at 5 o'clock. So now we've disturbed Ms. Johnson from getting her mail. Unfortunately, it has to happen. We have to go through some rough spots to get to the better spots. And that's our goal, to bring bigger and better opportunities and more for our people from the Frederick Douglass Memorial Bridge.
This project is very special for me to work on, specifically because of the person who the project is named after, Frederick Douglass. Frederick Douglass spent his entire life unifying people and connecting communities. So we want to build off of that foundation and continue to unify cultures, connect the communities, and help people, both young and old, to live better.
One of the unique features of this project and the contract is that we have a 21% DBE goal, DBE for Disadvantaged Business Enterprises. And what that does is it creates an opportunity for smaller businesses to earn and to learn on the project. Of a $400 million project with a 21% goal, there's almost $80 million worth of opportunity.
To spur economic growth, it is imperative you have the infrastructure in place to handle new commerce, and every structure needs a support system. It takes a village to make a great change, and to do so the right way.
One of the things that we had to do that's unlike today is make sure we capture all of the storm water that flows from the bridge before it dumps into the river. Right now, when it rains, the water goes directly into the river, so all of the oil and the exhaust that may come from vehicles is going into the river and polluting it. So we're making sure that we capture all of that storm water and treat it before it goes into the river. We really wanted to make sure that this project lived up to Frederick Douglass' name and also was a lasting impact for the community. The bridge itself has a 100-year design life. All of the bridges on the project have a 100-year design life. So we want to make sure that we build something that is elegant not only today, but something that can last for the future and withstand the test of time.
There's a great poem about an old man who treks across a vast chasm, through which flowed a strong river. The old man makes it across, only to turn back around and build a bridge. Another adventurer asks the feeble man, "Why build a bridge?" To which he responds, "Good friend, in the path I've come, there followed after me today a youth whose feet must pass this way. This chasm that has been naught to me, to that fair-haired youth may a pitfall be. He too must cross in the twilight dim. Good friend, I'm building this bridge for him." Let's get to work.
It's a great time to be MPD. Community. It's a big concept in a big city. From the Marble to downtown to the neighborhoods. This is our community. This is the community we protect and serve. The Metropolitan Police Department. We are the police for the nation's capital.
Put on the badge means honor, pride, integrity.
To be in the community, you have to be part of the community.
There's so many different cultures here, so many different people to interact with, and you can be a part of whatever you want to be here. Sky's the limit.
We call it customized community policing. Understanding the neighborhood, understanding the community, gaining trust, and the respect.
You need the public to want to see you show up, to help you.
When you become an officer at MPD, you will become part of a unique law enforcement agency, whether on foot, mountain bike, 2 wheels, or 4. The traditional or the not so traditional. Community is our priority. We are making a difference.
I became a police officer because it was destined for me to do. I love helping people. I love helping kids.
Be part of our community. We are hiring police officers right now. Learn more at joinmpd.dc.gov.
I am excited to go to work every day.
I love when I come into work.
Are you the one?
It's a great time to be MPD.
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 Congratulations to the 2019 Washington Nationals, your World Series champions.
¡Vamos Nationals!
They finished the fight.
We are very pleased to be introducing very important targets that will guide our work in housing through 2025. We all know that housing is a citywide challenge that requires citywide solutions. In order to alleviate the challenges residents are facing today and to keep up with continued growth in the future, we need to build 36,000 new homes by 2025. And that's what our Housing Equity Report and updated comprehensive plan are going to help us do. Both of these documents are focused on how we're using housing to build more equitable neighborhoods. And here's the urgency and the reasons we have to act now. 48,000 households in our city pay more than 50% of their income on housing. 48,000. On top of that, we're rapidly losing our naturally occurring affordable housing, and the affordable housing we do have left is not equally distributed across our city. Because of that, neither is opportunity. Like in cities across the nation, what we see in D.C., especially in housing, are the long-lasting impacts of policies that were created to disadvantage specific populations, especially African Americans. Some of those impacts are dire. For example, the life expectancy of a resident living in Ward 8 is 15 years shorter than a resident of Ward 3. Only by better managing access to opportunity can we change that. Our city will continue to change, and we can be sure of that. The role of the comprehensive plan is to manage that change so that we are always moving toward a fairer and more inclusive Washington, D.C. And so with that, I am pleased to be here, with our Office on Planning, who is shepherding this process and has been for the last several years. You're going to hear in a second from the Director of the Office of Planning, Planning, Andrew Trueblood. Get Andrew a big round of applause. And I, of course, want to acknowledge and thank our housing team, our DMPED, our Department of Planning and Economic Development, represented today by a number of our great folks, including John Falchicchio, the interim Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development. Thank you, John. And our Housing and Community Development Director, Polly Donaldson. So with that, I'm going to stop talking and let Andrew get to the targets.
Thank you, Mayor Bowser. Thank you for your bold vision and leadership on these housing efforts. You have shown that our most pressing challenges affect everyone in the city and require citywide solutions, with each neighborhood and every resident playing a part in addressing them. I'd also like to thank the tireless efforts of the staff of Office of Planning, who have been working incredibly hard on these initiatives over the last few years, and especially the last few months to get us to today's milestone. Also, the staff of the Department of Housing and Community Development, as well as Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development, as well as the directors and deputy mayors that the mayor mentioned, as well as for the comp plan, a whole host of other agencies and directors and deputy mayors who I will not list, but really was a team effort to get us here. Finally, I want to thank Electricity Bikes for hosting us. What a cool space this is, right? I mean, wow. I think a great example of a local retailer here on Wisconsin Avenue, as well as a great example of trying to do more sustainable, trying to support us with our sustainability goals, sustainable transportation. So thank you for hosting us. I think today is a great day to kick off Mayor Bowser's Housing Week because we're delivering on an important commitment that the mayor made at her second inaugural address. At that event last January, the mayor promised to take the crucial steps needed to address housing affordability in the district. She set a bold goal, as she just mentioned, of 36,000 new housing units in the city by 2025, with 12,000 units affordable to low-income residents. And to do that, she recognized that we needed new approaches to our challenges. She is making important strides towards that vision with 2 releases today. First, we are excited to share a report that is a collaboration between the Office of Planning and the Department of Housing and Community Development on housing growth and equity that looks at how we achieve the mayor's bold housing goals across the district. And Malika, if we could just hit the... Oh, they got it. Here we go. Sorry. The mayor has made clear that, as with addressing homelessness, which required the construction of short-term family housing in every ward, addressing the root of housing affordability will require every part of the district to play its role in housing and affordable housing production. Second, and critically needed to address our housing needs, we are releasing for public review draft proposals for the remaining 24 elements and 2 maps of DC's comprehensive plan. This will set the long-term direction of the district on a trajectory that can deliver greater equity and is a critical step towards achieving our housing needs. Both documents we are releasing today start with a key DC value that we have heard throughout our numerous engagements over the last few years, and especially were highlighted to us by residents in our most recent DC to Me engagement. We heard loud and clear that one of the most important values to residents is equity. And while that is a frequently used term, what we mean by equity is that we seek to ensure that a Washingtonian's race or zip code will no longer drive their housing, health, economic, or educational outcomes. We also mean that future generations will have the opportunity to thrive as we do. Housing and equity are critically interrelated. As the mayor noted, housing has a direct bearing on health, economic prosperity, education, transportation, and culture. Successful housing approaches can bolster positive outcomes across these important dimensions of our experience as residents, which is one reason we are excited to discuss both the housing report and our proposal for the remaining portions of the comp plan today. Mayor Bowser, through her bold goals, recognizes that in addition to continuing to do more with our many existing affordable housing programs, it is critical that we take a step back and assess the district's overall housing market. In May, she signed a mayor's order directing a number of DC agencies, including the Office of Planning, to look across the spectrum of our housing efforts to help determine how we can address the broader forces shaping our housing so that every resident today has a place in the future of the district. OP and DHCD are approaching this challenging task one step at a time. Already, thanks to the mayor's leadership, we have worked with the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments to set a 2030 goal of 320,000 housing units across the region. That's an increase of 75,000 housing units over the previous projections. The mayor's leadership at the National League of Cities has resulted in renewed efforts to call on the federal government to address its critical role in housing, especially through sufficient funding of public housing. So from the national to the regional to district-wide efforts, our next task was to continue to zoom in and look directly within the district. Today, we present the mayor's housing targets broken down by planning areas to make sure that we have an equitable distribution of housing and affordable housing, and to help direct our policies and funding. Before jumping into our analysis, it is worth a quick note about how we are looking at affordable housing. Through our engagements, we heard many residents raise concern about what we mean when we talk about affordable housing and who it is for. For this analysis, affordable housing means units that are available with both a capped rent based on income levels and a restriction to household based on their income. This review focuses on housing available to low-income households, which the federal government defines as below 80% of the median family income. In the DC area, it's just under $100,000 for a family of four. It is worth noting, though, that most of the units that we've seen produced are affordable to families of four making less than $65,000 a year. Rent control is not considered an affordable housing policy because rents are not tied to a person's ability to afford them. That is, these units are not required to be rented to those who most need housing and could very well be occupied by higher income households. Additionally, both the housing report and the comp plan note that the continued loss of naturally occurring affordable housing, which is privately owned housing affordable to low and moderate incomes residents based on market-based rents, given current trends, we can now foresee the loss of this critical type of housing as rents increase and housing is redeveloped. It is therefore critical to have a laser focus not only on the production of new subsidized and income-restricted units to make up for the loss of these units, but also on the conversion of existing unrestricted housing into affordable housing. While the report focuses on new affordable housing construction and opportunities, it does note the importance of the mayor's housing preservation strategy that is being implemented at DHCD, especially in communities with existing affordable housing. It also notes the importance of the DC Housing Authority's efforts to address the needs of our public housing. For this report, we first analyzed the existing distribution of affordable housing. We recognize that this distribution of housing, which is also a distribution of opportunity, is not the result just of natural forces beyond our control. It is not just the result of implicit bias or de facto acts of individuals and governments. Rather, it is the result of over a century of racially discriminatory policies designed to segregate our city. While we have inherited the unjust results of these systematically discriminatory policies, by examining recent housing and development trends, we have found that they continue to have an inequitable impact on our low-income residents and especially people of color. In order to help guide how best to address this history, the mayor asked us to listen to DC residents. So we shared this map and conducted a survey and outreach at events throughout the summer. We heard from nearly 3,000 residents, including the mayor herself. We heard a resounding view shared by 3 in 4 residents that the existing geographic distribution of affordable housing is inequitable. This was a belief shared by the vast majority of residents in every ward, hovering around 80% in most wards. And most residents believe that we should be focusing our new affordable housing opportunities in those high opportunity areas that lack it today. So we started with the goal of reaching an equitable distribution of affordable housing in the district by 2050, which is a goal proposed in the comp plan. We then worked backwards from that and forwards from today's pipeline to create a 2025 goal. The numbers are shown here and align with additional affordable housing in areas today that have an inequitable supply of housing and that align with preservation for residents in areas with more existing affordable housing. In some areas, we are well on the way towards reaching this goal through our existing pipeline. In others, we need to increase the amount of affordable housing by an order of magnitude. It will take a concerted effort, not only by policymakers, but also residents, businesses, and other stakeholders to dismantle the continued impact of our racially discriminatory history of land use and housing development. Today marks our first effort to identify it and set a tangible goal towards a more just district for us and for future generations. Through our numerous engagements this summer and fall, we learned that housing, affordable housing, and housing affordability mean very different things to different residents. While our discussions were often about rent, They were also about how to maintain a house among siblings when a parent passes, or how a senior can age in her community. To some residents, it was about living in a well-maintained unit that is free of lead and mold. And yet other residents talked about how their housing challenges were less about the unit they lived in and more about being close to transit, jobs, a grocery store, or their longtime community. So while policymaking necessarily focuses first and foremost on housing costs, we recognize that our homes are also expressions of who we are. We understand that housing is not just units or measuring rent, as our homes are also incredibly personal and individual, not only on the inside, but also in terms of the places we live. For many residents, the block, neighborhood, ward, or city they live in is in itself an individual expression. So with these housing production goals now set, our next step will involve refining this analysis to look at what type of housing we need and where, and how to reach targeted populations, such as seniors and families earning less than 30% of the median family income, and to better understand individual residents' experience with housing. We will be making recommendations and policy changes to make sure we reach our goals. Given the importance of housing, we know that we cannot wait to begin taking action, which is why today the mayor is releasing for public review her proposal of the comp plan, which is a critical step for reaching our housing goals. I'd like to start with a little video, if it works. There we go. We are excited to share Mayor Bowser's proposal for the DC Comprehensive Plan, a long-term, high-level vision guiding the future of the District of Columbia through the lens of our physical change. It's an opportunity for us to envision a positive future, not only for us, but for our children and grandchildren. This proposal is the result not only of the work of the DC Office of Planning and many other DC government agencies, but also the collaboration with many residents, businesses, stakeholders, and officials. The comp plan will help us think about how we work towards better housing outcomes, a more equitable and resilient city, and leveraging public resources for a bright future. So I'd like to just take a moment. We're going to walk through these, but I really want to take a moment to thank those stakeholders I see sprinkled throughout the room who have been with us in this journey over the last 3 years, who've provided input, who've come to our meetings and our outreach. I think the input you have provided has been incredibly helpful, and it really is something that makes this proposal something that we can all be proud of. While there are 25 elements or chapters in the comp plan, the foundational framework element was introduced to Council in January of 2018 and passed last Tuesday. Yeah. The framework element helps set the definitions, guiding principles, and context for the rest of the plan. So its approval by Council has really been critical for us to move forward. The discussion around the framework, as well as our summer engagements on DC values, helped OP update our efforts around issues that residents and council members would like the remainder of the comp plan to address as part of this proposal. The remaining elements, as you can see up here, are divided into citywide elements like housing, arts and culture, and transportation, and 10 area elements. In addition to these elements, also called chapters, we have 2 critical maps, the generalized policy map and the future land use map, which I'll get to in a second. We have heard from over 15,000 residents and stakeholders through this process and are excited to share the mayor's draft proposal today. In addition, we incorporated over 40 plans and updated numerous data and policies. As the video mentioned, a draft proposal has 4 major themes that I want to share with you, centered around housing, equity, resilience, and public resources. So first, let's start with housing.
Now that I live in Van Ness, because I work in Tillytown, I'm closer to work, I have greater access to public transportation, and there's a grocery store within 2 blocks of my apartment. The new comp plan proposal will allow for more affordable housing throughout the city and a greater distribution of it, so that we all have easier access to affordable housing.
As mentioned earlier, housing is a critical element of the comp plan, and its proposed policies support the mayor's housing goals that we just talked about around production and equity, and also address concerns around preservation of affordable housing, as well as incorporate our Homeward DC plan to address homelessness and make it rare, brief, and non-recurring. Equity is another important theme of the update.
I'm a family medicine physician at Unity Healthcare in Columbia Heights, which is a dynamic neighborhood where different communities and cultures intersect. I see patients of all ages, and often it is difficult to take care of their health because there are many social and community factors that are impacting their health that are out of my control. The comprehensive plan creates an environment of equity where all DC residents can achieve their optimal health. The plan focuses on the relationship of food and health, and understanding that in order to have healthy communities, we need programs that increase access for everyone to healthy foods.
As shown here, we propose a new equity crosswalk that links to all the various actions and policies related to equity. But we also we add some important elements around the social determinants of health and food policy. Similarly, we have a proposal. The proposal recognizes and addresses increased vulnerabilities to natural and man-made disasters and chronic stressors and sudden shocks through a resilience crosswalk that highlights the comp plan's broad approach to the issue. We also include in the generalized policy map an updated resilience planning area. Finally, we address public resources.
My whole family uses the Capitol View Library. We use it for story times, for grad study, just coming to check out and borrow books. It's a great place. The comp plan proposal emphasizes the importance of public resources and amenities and places priority on investment in high-quality public facilities like libraries and community centers where families in all parts of the city can learn and play.
While these four major themes are truly knit throughout the plan, they are also evident in our proposal for our new maps. The generalized policy map adds areas of resilience focus, like I said, future planning areas, and the boundaries of the state of Washington Douglas Commonwealth. And I think that's the next, there you go. That's the generalized policy map. Next is the future land use map, incorporates a number of small area plans and includes additional opportunities for more housing in transit-rich areas, including those identified in the Housing Equity Report. While the FLUM, as we call it, has land use designations, it is critical to note that it is not zoning. Once land use changes are approved in the FLUM enacted by council, there are additional processes that landowners must go through with the Zoning Commission in order to modify the zoning that they have today. These processes involve both public feedback and a more granular analysis of the site and impacts. One of the most important ways to do this is through our planned unit development process, which we are strongly encouraging in order to create more affordable housing opportunities and ensure community input. There you go. Today marks the official public release of the mayor's draft proposal with public review through December 20th, 2019. OP is focusing on ANC feedback and engagement and has already provided 2 workshops for ANCs. We will continue providing technical support through January and are sharing a how-to guide released today. We are providing ANCs with 108 days to review through January 31st, 2020 to provide their official feedback. OP will also host open houses in each ward to share our proposals and talk to residents and provide opportunities to engage with their ANCs. One thing we heard loudly and clearly with the framework is that this document is very technical and not always accessible to a broad audience. For this reason, we have created a suite of one-page documents, including a how-to guide for both residents and ANCs, an explanation of the comp plan, a summary of the major themes, and summaries of every element. All this can be found at our updated comp plan website, plandc.dc.gov. And here we even have a guide on, if you have a few minutes, what you might want to look at. If you have a little bit more time, and if time isn't an issue for you, you can read all 1,600 pages. After ANC comments are received, we will work on the legislative package and seek to introduce the mayor's final proposal to the council in the spring, with the goal that the council approves the comp plan prior to the end of their session in December 2020. Doing so is critical to fully addressing the district's most pressing needs, especially affordable housing. I'd once again like to thank the mayor, the deputy mayor, staff of OP, DHCD, and DEMPED and others to help us reach this momentous day. So thank you. For all your work. Can I just give the staff an applause? Thank you, guys. And we are now available, I think the mayor, Director Donaldson, and I are available to answer questions that the press might have.
Stand here? That's a
I'd be
little
happy
tall
to.
for me. Okay, yeah, let's stand here. Is that okay, guys? We could just stand here. Okay. Andrew? Questions, press first, please.
was actually a place where a developer proposed, I think, an 8-story building once, and the neighborhood really, at least some neighbors really opposed it. How do you plan to overcome that neighborhood resistance to development?
So I think what we talk about in the future land use map as well as the comp plan is starting with high-level values and principles. So I think you'll see throughout is the idea that where we look at additional potential land use density, especially for housing, we look at areas close to transit and along transit corridors. And so you'll see that throughout is there are opportunities for us to create more, especially housing density throughout. I think the best practices are not only more density there, but also considering the neighborhood it's in. So making sure that the density is the appropriate type. And we have a number of proposals to address that throughout. The critical idea here too, as tied to the first part, is finding housing opportunities across the city, especially in places where maybe the housing has not been produced in the past. And so we found there are opportunities to do that.
And I think it's really important. What I've found in all of the successful development projects that we have gone through the city, when there's a plan in the beginning and people buy into that plan, it makes specific projects that come up easier to deal with. And we think our value and our need as a city to produce more affordable housing units across the city is embedded in the report that we've just issued and also the comprehensive plan that we will advance for approval next year. Press questions, yes.
For the mayor, please. If you look at the story that went up this morning on the Washington Post website, if you look at the comments.
I never read comments.
Yeah, well,
on the Washington Post. I don't know why, comprehensive plan comments are one thing. But just kidding. What's your question?
Some of them are really nasty, and they're basically saying we don't want, low-income people in our neighborhoods. I mean, really pretty offensive in many cases. And I'm just wondering, what's your overall strategy for overcoming that? In some of these well-off neighborhoods, how are you going to overcome political opposition, NIMBY opposition, if you will, to more low-income people coming into neighborhoods and, as the NIMBYs say, changing the character of the neighborhood?
Well, what we know is that in all of our conversations across the city is that people are concerned about housing affordability. They are concerned about preserving a city that is diverse and that people of all incomes can afford to live in the city. Well, it follows that we have to have a place to have housing where people of all incomes can afford to live. That follows, correct? And so what our job is to make sure we have a plan to get there. It's not enough to say that we need 36,000 units with no plan to get there. So what we've done is we've looked across the city at what the state of things are and what can be absorbed in each of our planning areas. And those are our targets. And so that gives us a roadmap to deal with projects as they come along. It's reflected in our comprehensive plan, and they will be dealt with. Questions and concerns will be dealt with project by project. But I think what you heard Director Trueblood say is in a very inclusive process and talking to residents in all 8 wards across the city in each of the 10 planning areas, people said that equity and having DC residents of all backgrounds have access and access to great transportation, access to great amenities is our DC value, our number one DC value going into this process. So will it be easy? Will there be tough conversations? For sure. But will we have a fairer and more just city at the end? For sure. Yes.
Director Trueblood mentioned the importance of the planned unit development process. A lot of developers have stopped filing PUDs because of the increase in litigation, projects being stuck in the courts. How does this plan aim to address that?
Well, we have been working for the last several years on addressing ambiguities that the courts pointed out in some decisions. Quite frankly, some processes that held up thousands of units that we needed to get moving online over the last several years. And part of the the benefit of having moved and having the framework approved now is we think that many of those ambiguities have been addressed. So I'm going to ask Andrew to talk a little bit more specifically about what our proposal and the framework, the approved framework, say about our plan unit development process.
Thank you, Mayor. As the Mayor mentioned, the framework element was a really critical document for the Council to approve in order to address some of the ambiguities. As the Mayor mentioned, we've also been working with the Zoning Commission to make sure that their notices and their actions follow the guidance of the court. So I think those are really big, important things that have happened. I would say with the remainder of the comp plan, the other 24 elements and 2 maps, there are 2 things. One, we did have a look at it for contradictory language. I think with any big vision, you might have contradictions, and this isn't meant to resolve every one of them in every case. It's meant to outline what our goals and what they are broadly. In many cases, they are then resolved in the planning level or at a project level. But we did look for explicit inconsistencies or vague language. The other piece that I know various stakeholders are interested in is the future land use map. That was, I think the court had a specific view on what could happen there. The framework element addressed it a little bit, but I think having clarity on what land use designations are is really important, and that will also help with clarity moving forward.
Hey, Andrew spoke a little bit to how the changes in the comprehensive plan might make those lawsuits, perhaps less successful. But all of the feedback that I've heard is that the lawsuits may still well be happening. They just might not be successful with the changes you made to the comprehensive plan. So, Mayor, I'm curious whether you would support, perhaps more substantial legal changes to the standing for challengers to BUD projects moving forward to prevent the challenges from moving ahead in the first place.
Well, let me say this. First of all, I'm discouraging any developer that has the opportunity to build more units so that we can have more affordable housing to be scared away from the process. And we will use every tool at our disposal to discourage that. We don't want to see any more buildings going up that could house DC residents that have been scared away, largely by people who aren't directly affected by the project. So that's how we're going to proceed. We need these units. These units have been held up for too long, and we can't continue to hear residents across our entire city be concerned about affordability without doing everything that we can to get more units.
Mayor Bowser, so I have 2 questions. One, going back to a couple of earlier questions, what specifically do you say to residents who, yes, there should be more diversity, there should be more affordable housing, but not in my backyard? What specifically do you say to those residents? And then my second question is, how do you get the developers to buy in? How much is this going to cost? And what incentives do you have to get the developers to buy into this up here as well?
Well, I've been involved in development projects in D.C. since I was an ANC commissioner in 2004. And largely what I have relied on and what I've encouraged our entire team to rely on is to engage with the community early and often. And I also think having a plan, whether it be a small area plan or elements of the comprehensive plan, that the community buys in even before there is a project proposed is so important because these plans outline our broad values as a city and it has buy-in from communities, ANC commissioners, from the council, and in the bigger projects, especially where there are planned unit developments, there's another layer of community input at the zoning commission. And so it's important for us, it's my responsibility to respond to the critical needs, some say crisis level needs for housing in our city, and to make sure that we have a plan to get there. And that is what we are here to discuss today. And what I see largely from DC residents is when they understand the purpose, they have had the ability to weigh in, and they have had the ability, in many cases, to affect change, to make projects more palatable to their neighborhood and their needs. Everybody might not be 100% in agreement, but they know they've been heard and that the projects are everybody's collective best efforts to serve not just the needs of the community, but the greater needs of the city.
And then the cost, how you incentivize developers to buy in?
Well, we continue to look at our toolbox, Mark. And we have some powerful tools, from the zoning things that have been described in the plan unit development process, to our housing production trust fund, to our housing preservation fund, which is critical that we continue to fund. And I should note that we've been joined by our council member for housing, Councilmember Anita Devons. Thank you. Who has been a champion for our housing preservation efforts, which will continue to be important in the budget moving forward. It's also important that we continue to look at our workforce housing and make sure that we have ways to incentivize workforce housing in the city, that we continue to invest in our homeless services system to prevent people from going into the homeless services system, but also to make sure we have affordable units at their exit from emergencies. One more, is that a press question? Okay, let me just finish with the press questions. Yes, press question.
Hi, I'm Rachel. I'm with City Paper. I was just wondering if you could speak a little bit, either of you, to how the comp plan and the plan released today also relate to the public housing recapitalization plan that's under review and the fair housing plan that's being developed. There's a lot of plans, and I'm sort of trying to sort them.
Sure, thanks.
Maybe I'll start broadly, and I'll let you, Director, talk about the fair housing plan. So this plan is very much focused on where the new affordable housing opportunities will be. So as I mentioned in my remarks, we recognize there's a critical importance around housing preservation, where there's existing affordable housing, as well as public housing. Each of those really have their own efforts, have their own plans and their own analysis that are a part of that. So this is really looking forward, looking into 2025. How do we create those new opportunities? So it's focused on production and opportunity creation.
Exactly. And then also, because we are committed to implementing the Fair Housing Act and having the broadest fair housing policies and having that integrated into the plan, we are now conducting what's called the analysis of impediments to fair housing in order to update and make sure that we are in sync with our comprehensive plan on ensuring equal opportunity for housing across the District of Columbia. So this is woven into very much the principles of the Housing Equity Plan and the Comprehensive Plan.
So I just want to get a sense, just a rough estimate, order of magnitude of how much more it's going to cost to get the 12,000 units by 2025. I mean, the report talks about, the tools in the toolbox you were saying, talks about financial subsidies, more money on vouchers. I mean, what's the order of magnitude for how much this is going to cost? You've got more than $100 million a year in the Housing Production Trust Fund. Are you going to have to double that? I mean, what are we talking about here?
I think what we have found with both on the affordable side, but even on the overall housing production side, is it's an ambitious goal, but it's not impossible. So for housing, we think it's about 15% more that we need, 15% more housing produced each year. And so I would say on the affordable housing side, the mayor has already done an incredible job over the last 5 years almost, of investing in affordable housing. I think those investments will be critical to continue, and there may need to be additional resources, but I think we're way ahead of what other cities are doing in terms of this. And
you are well ahead of what other cities are doing, but in terms of what you're trying to do here by 2025, are you talking about 15% more each year in the Housing Production Trust Fund? Is that what we're talking about?
So when I say 15%, that's overall housing production. I think we are right now working and sharpening our pencils on budgetary proposals, as well as on land use. And one thing that's critical that I mentioned, the future land use map, is that is a critical need for us to be able to produce some of this housing, because that is a great way for us to create inclusionary zoning units, for example, or planned unit developments. So that's another way to create this housing that's not necessarily a direct budget hit, but can help us create housing, especially in high opportunity areas.
And I will say also that what hand in hand with this is the prioritization of our resources, so that funding decisions and project approvals and in our competitive bid processes, putting in criteria that address and sync in with the comprehensive plan and with the values embedded in the housing equity plan.
Just one follow-up. We'll know basically when you propose the next fiscal year's budget how much more this is going to cost. Is that basically what I'm hearing?
That is, yes.
Thank you.
All right, I got 2 questions. One of the early reactions that I was hearing to the original housing targets is where's housing going to go in Mid-City and near Northwest, where there's already dense development? Where do you envision seeing that kind of growth?
Thank you. That's a good question, and I think that the answer is actually true across the city. One answer is something we heard from Urban Land Institute when they came this summer. They used a term called gentle density. I think when people hear density, they oftentimes think 11-story buildings, especially in DC, where that's kind of what you see in some of our new developments. But you can have 5 or 6-story buildings in some of these neighborhoods. And in fact, you do. Some of the most vibrant neighborhoods in the city, in Shaw or Capitol Hill, you have a mix of different types of housing. And so that's very much part of what we're going to be looking at and helping and talking to residents about is what are these opportunities for that type of gentle density. Another opportunity, both where we are now but across the city, is to find those naturally occurring, as we call them, naturally occurring affordable housing opportunities, those apartment buildings usually that may not have rent restrictions, but there might be opportunities to use our funding to help maybe rehab them and then put rent restrictions and income restrictions on them and make sure they're really targeted to the residents who are there now, or if it's empty, future residents.
And then can someone describe just the overall big changes to the comprehensive plan and what that means for residents? I mean, I was trying to just quickly look on my phone, but I saw a lot of buzzwords, but I don't really know what the big takeaway should be and what it's going to mean for residents.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll just take a step back and say the comprehensive plan. This is the plan that was envisioned in 2004 under a vision for growing an inclusive city and passed in 2006. There was a small update in 2011, and we are now doing what is probably what we would call a major update. The city is very different than it was in 2004, 2006. Growth is a part of what we have, but it isn't. It's also thinking about how we ensure equitable growth and how we make sure every resident gets to partake in the growth in the city. And I think that is the high-level theme of this update, is thinking about, okay, we need to continue growing. We will be continuing to grow. Much of that growth is actually families being family formation and new Washingtonians in the city. So what are the things we need to do to make sure that we can continue to be a vibrant city for them? And for many residents who feel like maybe the future doesn't hold an opportunity for them or their children. So that's the high level. The high level value and vision, I think, of this update. We listed a whole host of kind of specific updates, and actually every element has then even more updates, and we can kind of delve in to each of them. There's a lot here, but I think it all wraps up and wraps back to that bigger vision.
I have a question here. Mayor Bowser, in your introduction, you referred to the life expectancy gap, particularly east of the river, and then said the solution was to greater opportunities. Yet, we know that income inequality in D.C. is, compared to the 50 states, is the highest, and compared to major cities, it's one of the highest. And we know from extensive research that income inequality and, of course, wealth inequality drives bad outcomes, including bad health. Can we tap into an opportunity which we did not do for the 2019 budget? That is recovering at least a good part of the big tax cut that wealthy residents are getting. In 2020, those making over $350,000 will be getting roughly $400 million tax cut. And by increasing their income tax rate, we can recover a lot of revenue and have a dedicated stream for public housing repair. We can really probably wipe out homelessness and have a major impact on reducing child poverty, which is really shockingly high. So it's a long question. Can't we at least recover the big Trump tax cut that wealthy residents are getting, and they'll end up paying less than they did before? So it's a long question. Sorry
Thank you,
for that.
Professor. We are not going to take the budget questions today, but there will be ample opportunity before I submit my budget to the council for that input. There was a community question here. Yes, sir. If you could just tell us who you are. Do we have a microphone? There we go. Coming to you.
Thank you. I have one comment and then one question.
Okay.
My comment is on the very first question of this press conference, which was addressed to the project from 2016, which was proposed for this site. And the implication of that question was that that project did not come forth because of opposition from the neighborhood. It is true that the neighborhood opposed, but that's not why the project wasn't built. The project wasn't built because at some point the Office of Planning withdrew support for that project, which we were happy about, but it wasn't because of us, it was because of the Office of Planning. And so that question really ought to be addressed to the Office of Planning. They can explain why they withdrew support from it. From our primary objective and our objections were the size and density of the project. We support planned unit developments. Implicit in a lot of questions here is that we don't. That's not true. We support inclusionary zoning. What we don't support, and which we didn't support in this project, was a planned unit development, including inclusionary zoning, with a map change on top of that, which produces high-rise, 100-feet buildings. That we do oppose. My question has to do with affordable housing. Again, directly and indirectly in a lot of questions, people think that this community does not support affordable housing. Can you tell us why you believe that?
We don't believe that. What we believe, though, is that individual projects, all taken together, if they're all opposed or they all don't grow through, we have the result that we have in the previous map, where we have very, very few units that would meet that affordable housing number. And so that's why I think it's important for us to look at what could happen, to set a target and to make sure we're all working towards that target. Because individual project by individual project will lead to less than optimal numbers of units available. And so that's what we're here to do today, to look at what could happen, to make sure that the comprehensive plan can support it, to make sure all of the avenues for community input into this plan, but also into individual projects is robust and available. And I know when we do that, we will get to an optimal number of units.
Thank you. Well, I'd like you not to leave Ward 3 with the impression that everyone was against a development here. I'm actually sadly disappointed, except I actually come to this bike shop, so it's great. But then we don't have a supermarket here. And so I was hopeful, because I think a lot of people alluded to this notion, for you to perhaps be a little bit more instructive on, specific to this location and perhaps north to Tenleytown, what exactly are you proposing within your toolbox to make it so that this is going to be a location that's more amenable to better transit access, to a better building, to better housing and the like? You've talked a lot at the higher levels, but maybe you can focus really on this specific site and how it would be improved.
Well, I think that we are intentionally talking on a high level because we're not getting ahead of our planning, the comprehensive plan approval, or proposals that could be forthcoming based on what the improved comprehensive plan will allow. So that's by intention, but I think on the smaller scale meetings and around more specific proposals, we will be more specific. Yes.
Good afternoon, Ms. Mayor. So my name is Akash Thakkar, and I'm a Ward 3 resident. And so I have a sort of a comment and a question. My comment is that I think, Mayor, and as you've heard from many folks in the room, there are many, many folks in Ward 3 that are supportive of a different and more diverse vision. And so I'm a resident, I've got 2 young kids, and I'd love to see in my ward more socioeconomic diversity, more age diversity. And the good news is when you see those things and housing that provides for all folks, you also get better retail. There's a notion that rooftops drive retail, and I'd love to see good retail. When I was young, lived in 16th Street Heights, these are the corridors we'd come to eat. Now everyone goes to 14th Street, and unfortunately sometimes I go to Bethesda, and it pains me as a DC resident. So I want to share.
Me too.
I mean, it really does. And so I think I want to be clear that there are many, many folks like me in the neighborhood who very much want to see gentle density, as Andrew put it, but included in that affordable housing and retail amenities. So that's the comment. And as it relates to sites like this one, there were many folks in my neighborhood who wanted to see maybe even a larger project. And we can debate that another day, but a larger project than what was proposed could include even more affordable housing that was on the table. So that's how the two are linked. So my question is, I think there are a number of folks who want to see good, positive, gentle change. How can we be helpful in making some of the stuff that's on the boards more of a reality?
Well, I thank you for that, and I want to continue to suggest that communities review, and I appreciate Andrew laying out the 5-minute version, the 2-hour version, and the lifetime version of going through these documents. I want to call attention to the ANC commissioners and invite commissions to pass resolutions and comment on those plans by January 31st. So please do that. And I would like everybody to participate in those discussions and talk to your commissioners. Also engage your council members, both your ward council members and your at-large council members, on what you find important about how we move forward. And let me just say this. We are talking about something that can be tough, right, in neighborhoods. But that's not to say that we think, to your question, that this neighborhood's good and this one's bad, or this one's for us and this one's against us. That's not what we're here to talk about. But we are here to outline how we can engage in a constructive conversation towards a higher goal for the city. And that's my job, right? I wouldn't be doing my job if I ran away from the discussion because it was hard, or because this one development didn't go the way that some people wanted for us to get more units. The way to deal with that is to have a better plan moving forward. And this is not a way to attack one group of people over the other, because that's not what we're here to do. One thing I know for sure is that people, just by our own nature, we're focused on our neck of the woods, our block, our family, our this, our that. And that's why you hired us, to look at the total needs of the city and how we can work together to get there. Okay, we'll take one last question. Yes.
Hi. Being that the current affordable housing pipeline in far northeast and far southeast already greatly exceeds the goals for those planning areas, do the current plans include any efforts to encourage additional market rate housing production in those areas, or to steer affordable housing planned for those areas into other areas of the city in order to achieve a greater balance?
I'm going to ask Andrew and Polly to address that question.
Thank you. As I mentioned, when we did the outreach around the distribution of housing, we heard that every part of the city has housing needs. I know we've been focusing on the production of affordable housing and housing in certain parts of the city, but we recognize that every part of the city has its housing needs and opportunities. And so in some areas, it might be less about production and more about preservation of existing subsidized housing. It might be, in some cases, about low-income home ownership opportunities. We didn't even mention the work that the mayor has done to fund and DHCD has done to implement the housing production, the HPAP, or Home Purchase Assistance Program. Thanks to Councilmember Bonds for supporting that as well. So the point is there are different tools needed, and our goal is to say we have a big goal, we have district-wide goal, we have district-wide funding, but then how do we sharpen our tools for each part of the city?
And exactly following from what Andrew said, our decisions, our work, the work of the DHCD team going forward is to take these general principles and values and put them into action with the resources that we have. And it's looking at equity and resources through that equity lens that's really going to be key. I think preservation of existing affordable housing, which we have a strategy and the resources now to do, is something that will be very important in future projects in neighborhoods across the district.
All right, thank you, everybody. I'll do off topic when we close, and Andrew and Polly and their teams are here to answer any additional questions. And once again, let's give a big hand to our host for inviting us. Thank you, Electric City Bikes. And while you're here, you might want to buy a bike. All right, have a good one, everybody.
MC or not, people call me Dub. The only host with promos that should play in the club is Display, the video show for all genres. A show you can watch with your kids or your mama. We highlighting talent in the DMV. 3rd season every Friday, Channel 16. All my artists with a dream, miss your chance, don't blow it. But if you're showing negative stuff, we ain't gonna promote it. Dub.
For the hottest videos in the DMV, put it on Display on DCN.
I need to get rid of some hair. Oh, man. What do you think? Shorter, please. Shorter.
I will stand by. I will help you through. When you've done all you can do, you can being there. Pass it on. I will dry your eyes. Look into my eyes. You will see what you mean to me. Don't tell me it's not worth trying for. You know it's true. Everything I do it for you.
DC's food scene is ever growing. There's new chefs on the block every day, and they've been working hard to get somewhere. And now, new restaurants opening up, different cuisines, different stories. I think at this point it will never stop growing. My name is Carlos Delgado. I'm the head chef at China Chilcana by Jose Andres. I love Granville Moore's. The way they put their love into their cuisine that makes you feel like you're at home. This used to be a building where a doctor owned it, Dr. Granville Moore, and he took care of the area. So the idea, to me, with mussels, frites, and Belgian beer, you take care of the people in the area. My favorite thing to eat are these blue cheese mussels. The freshness of the mussels, the smokiness from the pork belly, the funkiness from the blue cheese. It's the best combination of richness, acidity, fattiness. Just what makes this something amazing. The mussels bring joy to anybody that eats them. It's like finding a little surprise in each one, and you know, you'd almost wish this bowl never ran out. One of my favorite places to go to is Sally's Middle Name. The menu is on a chalkboard. You see the dishes laid out and they get erased as they finish, the cycles, the seasons. Plates are small, it gives you a lot of room to try different varieties of things the chef is cooking. This brisket is brined to perfection. Tender, juicy, melts in your mouth. The cauliflower, the flavors really stand for themselves. You know, they don't really need to be masked. The simple pepper sauce here, nice flavor without developing such high heat. Every time I go, it's like a different experience. The food changes, the ingredients change, there's a new story that's being told, and it just makes you want to come back. I love Moquedo. It's something that DC hasn't had before. A breakfast spot, a coffee spot. Southeast Asian Kitchen, a store that retails to, you know, the new world of people that live in DC. You go there and every time it's a different experience. It's amazing. They do these perfect buns that are steamed to order and they taste so good. They have these ladies here come prep them every day, and at times I know they can't even keep up with the demand of how good they are. The grilled bone marrow with the log on top is also delicious. It's extra spicy, it's refreshing with the cucumber they attach to it. They're all things that I crave all the time. You can sit at the counter, talk to the chefs. It's like a one-on-one experience that you don't get to have at any other restaurant. Everything has, I think, its time and place, and DC is just blowing up. It's become more of a community. I think the mentality is there, we all grow together. I've learned a lot from being able to work with Jose and the team at Think Food Group.
He's the head chef of China Chilcano now because he's super talented. Carlos sometimes doesn't have like these super big boys. People that they know their craft very well, that they know what they want, but they are able to bring that know-how in a super subtle way. And this sometimes is the better form of leadership. I'm super proud that my team is super proud that he's with us. He's gonna help us keep telling the story of his Peru to Washington and to America and to the world.
We live in the day and age that food develops our love for culture, and then culture comes with people, and then new people come to DC, that's new culture being brought in, DC grows, you know, DC becomes that food city that we all want it to be.
The name of the show is We Are Washington, but it's not about us.
It's about you, from the parks you enjoy with your family to keeping up with DC government.
And all of the unforgettable events that happen in DC that make it unlike any place else.
In every ward in our great city.
Check us out. We're on DCN and DC Radio, 96.3 HD4 and DCRadio.gov. Also, look for us on YouTube, search Entertain DC.
We've got you covered.
Please join me in welcoming the Honorable Carl Racine, Attorney General for the District of Columbia. Attorney General Racine is the district's first elected Attorney General. Since his inauguration in 2015, he has worked tirelessly to transform the Office of the Attorney General in order to bring increased independence for his agency and accountability for district residents. The Office of the Attorney General is a great addition to building oversight capacity in the district. The office does everything from seeking monetary damages owed to the district, assisting agencies by providing legal advice, and prosecuting misdemeanor crimes. Needless to say, the OAG is a strategic partner in the district oversight environment. Please join me in welcoming Attorney General Carl Racine.
Good afternoon, everyone. How's everybody doing? Good. I know we're coming down to home stretch. Got the AG for just a couple of minutes, and then the mayor is going to close it. First, let me commend the Inspector General, Dan Lucas, for organizing the event. I understand it's the first time ever that you, the auditor, and Brent from Bega are here together, and I think it's a fabulous idea, and OAG looks forward to participate going forward. I don't know about you, but I am thrilled when I receive an email from the OIG attaching a report. And I don't know about you, but I race to find out whether it has to do with OAG. All right? And how many of you agree with me that when you open that attachment and you see that the interested agency is not your agency, you put that for the Saturday reading? And if you see that it's your agency, who we kidding, you end up having a lot of meetings and have a lot of questions. But the reality is that the sheer output of the Inspector General together with the auditor is really, I think, not only amazing, but I think it's the mark of a healthy government. A healthy government is a government that, consistent with the messages that have been going on today, is not afraid to question each other and is not afraid to answer those questions in a forthright fashion. The whole thing breaks down when a government refuses to collaborate and cooperate with government. After all, we're working for the District of Columbia government, and we're working for its residents and taxpayers, so we certainly have a unanimity of interest at stake. And so, while not necessarily comfortable every day, certainly the natural tension that we have, I think, is overall a good thing for the District of Columbia. I remember having a conversation around FOIA with the outgoing Attorney General from Illinois, a woman named Lisa Madigan, longest-serving woman Attorney General in the history of the United States. And I was asking Lisa about her approach towards FOIA. And General Madigan said that her first 2 terms, she hated FOIA. That her idea of FOIA was to try to find the best lawyers, investigators, staff who could essentially neutralize FOIA. And I was about to say to her, you know what, I agree. Until she then said, but then I got to tell you, I got really wise my 3rd term. And I said, tell me that. She says, I realized that FOIA is not my enemy. It's not the enemy of our agency. It's actually the public's right to access information about how we all are doing our job. And that she reorganized her FOIA office in order to lean very strongly towards more speedy disclosures as a result of that. So I give that example of one where there's tension, where at the end of the day, the tension is just part of the system. I was going to give another example of red flags and echoes. That's what we talk about a lot at the Office of Attorney General. We talk about red flags and echoes, and that if you keep hearing an echo or a hint of an issue, who knows whether that is a big problem or a small problem or something that is not even an issue. But we do know that when we hear echoes, the better practice is to try it as well as you can to listen to it and to understand really what's going on. That happened this summer when my nephew Chuck, who was a senior at Loyola Maryland College over there in Baltimore, borrowed my car. I went to the car joint, had it all fixed out, 100-point checkout and all that stuff, paid some money. And then Chuck got in the car and he said, hey, Carl. I said, yep. He said, there's this red sign that came on and off, and it's not on right now, but I don't know what it is. And I said, look, I wasn't really thinking that it could be anything because I just paid some money to get this thing fixed. I said, you know what it is, Chuck? Did you just fill up the gas tank? He said, yep. I said, it's probably because you didn't tighten that gas tank enough. And sometimes that happens if it's not tightened enough, that you'll get a little red light. So next time you go to the gas station, just tighten that thing. He said, yeah, that's what it sounds like, Uncle Carl. About 5 minutes later, he called again, and he said, I'm at the side of the road, and I think the engine just blew out. And then he asked me, he said, hey, did you see that red thing come on prior to your giving me the car? And I had to be honest with him. I said, he's right. I did see that thing go off 2 days before, and what did I do about it? Nothing. And to be honest, the story, it ended up just fine. The car had a lot of damage, more money to get it fixed. Chuck was fine. But, my sister and I had to make sure he got home okay, because he was on the side of the road at about 11:30 at night, about an hour outside of Baltimore. So all because I didn't, really pay attention to an echo or a red flag. I'm here to tell you that the Office of Attorney General is an agency that believes in the District of Columbia, believes in the leadership of the District of Columbia, but also believes that a little tension is okay. And if there's an issue or a concern that any of you have, you should feel free to ask the Office of Attorney General. Sometimes that might mean that the Office of Attorney General gets conflicted out of defending the city in something, but I still think it's important if we can lend a hand, even a directing hand, to tell a whistleblower that we're not the agency that you need to report to, that the best agency to report to may be the Inspector General or the auditor, or, as we've done, anonymously and confidentially give complaints that our lawyers have seen in the course of their work to BEGA. We've got to do that. We've got to do the right thing to get our agencies strong. And I'll end with this. It used to be decades ago that DC agencies had a reputation for not being all that effective. As a DC resident, I thought that was a slander, to be honest, because I know how hard DC folks work. But every agency is not perfect. Mine own is certainly not perfect. I can tell you that we have engaged outside folks on more than one occasion, have one now, to take a look at a particular section or division where we may have concerns about what's going on in terms of fairness. That's a strength. That is a sign I would suggest to you of strength, and I would encourage each of you, should you have those occasions, to not hesitate to do that. I can't help but see Dr. Smith here, and I just have to say, when you talk about DC agencies, think about the Department of Forensics and where that was just a few years ago. But what happened? The district did everything correctly. It acknowledged, Mayor Bowser acknowledged that there was an issue. We had stakeholders who were concerned, the U.S. Attorney's Office, the Office of Attorney General. Something had to change, and there needed to be a very strong critical review as to what was all going on at DFS. Long and short of it is, there was that critical review. And of course, new leadership was brought in. Now people will tell you that DFS is one of the many shining lights out here in the District of Columbia government. So what may appear to be a weakness, a concern, a red flag, is actually an opportunity for you all to display a strength of the city, which is, if there's a problem, let's get down to it, let's fix it. If there's not a problem, let's move on to doing our jobs. With that, I want you to know again, you've got a friend in the Office of Attorney General. Feel free to look out to us. And thank you very much for your time. If you ever want to borrow my car, make sure I check it out fully first. All right. That's it.
All right, our last speaker. I know you didn't really come here today to see me. You wanted to see the mayor, but it's my pleasure, to welcome the Honorable Muriel Bowser, Mayor of the District of Columbia. Mayor Bowser, formerly an ANC commissioner and Ward 4 council member, knows something about oversight and how imperative it is that the economy and efficiency of the district operations are protected. During this spring's Mayor's Manager Summit, Mayor Bowser said something that has resonated with me and is apropos for today's Oversight Symposium. She said, "We are stewards of this government. The tax dollars that the residents provide us and the tax dollars that the residents provide us. We are responsible for making sure that we deliver in the most efficient and strategic ways possible to make life better for the residents of the District of Columbia." I don't think there's any better way to sum up all we've been discussing today, ensuring that we build our collective oversight capacity. Please join me in welcoming our mayor, Mayor Muriel Bowser.
Thank you. Well, good evening, everybody. I know that you've been at this all day, and I am grateful for your attention and the work that you have been doing with our Inspector General. I have so enjoyed getting to know Dan and the entire team over the last 5 years, and rely on the Office of the Inspector General to help us do our job better. So let me give you a big round of applause. Let me just say that I guess it was in the spring that I called together, I called the all managers meeting. And I think that we probably had 3,000 or 4,000 people gathered in our entertainment and sports arena, the home of the almost champion Washington Mystics. And I was very delighted then to present to our team and talk to them about the vision that would guide our second term, hear from the various agencies what their questions or concerns were. And a key part of our day was hearing from the Inspector General. And we thought it would be interesting if he just did a video about what the Office of the Inspector General does. So if you haven't seen Dan's video, please insist that he share it with you. And also, the Attorney General provided us with similar remarks along with the Chief Financial Officer. It's very important that we do communicate to our whole government what everybody and what role everybody has to play in making sure that the government runs smoothly. And so that was an invitation that I will repeat because when we are talking about how we get our job done, I want each of the managers and all of the staff to have all of the tools available to them. And that includes the message from me, which is important, is that in big governments like ours, sometimes bad things happen. Sometimes we hire the wrong people. Sometimes good people do stupid things. Sometimes we hire bad people that do stupid things. And sometimes we just have to change course. And all of that is okay. It is all how we do it, how we communicate it, and how we get things done together. But that is why at every step of the way, I communicate to our team that we are not to push down bad news. That when we find bad news, we address it, we deal with it, and we are transparent about it to each other and to the people that we serve. And that is a message that we have to continue to repeat each and every step of the way. That doesn't mean that there's no accountability. Sometimes, all the time, there's accountability. But we can't figure out a problem if we're hiding it from each other. So I want it to be clear with all of the auditors and inspectors and compliance specialists out there that that is the message that I deliver directly to all of our supervisors and managers in DC government, and that I expect them to repeat with everybody who works for us. What I want the employees to know is that I will always have their back if they're doing the right thing. And if they make a mistake, I'll have their back too. But if there has to be accountability, it will be fair. And so that is the message that we want them to have. I also want them to know that when they get that email from the Inspector General, they are to respond to the email from the Inspector General and make sure that we are working to understand what the Inspector General needs, but also understand make sure the Inspector General understands our operations and what we need so that the process can be a smooth one. And I also want people these processes, as Carl said, are tense sometimes, but they don't have to be disrespectful. And we should respect each other as professionals and make sure we move forward. I wanted to mention another thing, because it sounds like I missed a great panel of our agencies who have some responsibility for oversight and investigation, which is a key element. And you were joined by the Board of Ethics and Government Accountability, which I know something about, because when I was on the council, I created the Board of Ethics and Government Accountability through legislation. And it was at a very difficult time for the district. And I have to tell you why I thought it was important that we had a BEGA, because we had some pretty significant ethical lapses that anybody who could see, and we had agencies who were responsible for investigation kind of pointing their fingers at each other. And then we had the people of the District of Columbia pointing at all of us, saying, what are you going to do? And so I think that the board's responsibility for educating DC residents, training of DC government employees, and training DC government employees on what to do, and being a place where they can go when they don't know what to do is vitally important. The bill also gives more teeth to the board and more teeth to the Council of the District of Columbia if there is a case where it is a member of the council who is accused of wrongdoing. So this is, again, a very important layer to the work that we do. So how then can we encourage all of our employees to know that they have some responsibility even for their fellow employees? I asked this question to a group of people, for example, and I said, how is it that we can have somebody stealing from us, all of us taxpayers, and up to 30 people know and nobody tells us anything? Or how can we know that somebody skirted a process in what's given favoritism and the people who did know didn't say anything? How can we have somebody selling drugs in front of our building? Nobody said anything. And so those are the kind of tough questions where I'm encouraging our directors and managers to really dig deep down. A less salacious example, we had a staffer who submitted something late. It ended up costing us a lot of money. But I asked the director, why did not staffer say anything to you? And that's just an example of simple human error that can lead to significant problems. But good management and oversight can correct many of those things that if they're not caught, if they're not corrected, it could cost somebody their life. We do jobs in this business that keep people safe. And if we make a mistake, it could cost somebody their life, or it could cost our taxpayers millions of dollars, which means there's something else important that doesn't get done. So we take these roles very seriously. And I want you also to know that we have institutionalized how we follow up on recommendations. One thing I said when I became mayor, and I probably had this conversation with you, Dan, is that I would get all kinds of reports as a council member, and they never saw the light of day again. I never heard anything about them, their recommendations or anything. So we have institutionalized in our city administrator's office, and in my office, Betsy Cavendish, my general counsel, is my liaison with all of the investigative bodies. So if there is an issue that needs my attention, or if they need support from me, there is a institutionalized way to do that in our operations. But also, when we are getting these reports, whether it's our annual audit, a report from the auditor, recommendations from any of our investigative bodies, we are following them. And some of the recommendations we will agree with and implement. Others we will have some comment on, but they are being reviewed to make our operations better.
And with all of that, that's how we end up with a government that has 24 balanced budgets, that has improved our bond rating, that has no material weaknesses for 4 years in our audit. And it doesn't mean that we will never have employees that make mistakes, because I can stay up a lot of nights thinking about employees making mistakes. But we will find them and we will make them right. And we will be transparent in how we deal with people. And when I say that we are stewards of our government, I get to be mayor of my hometown. I've been twice elected because people trust what I say. And that is what I expect from everybody in our government. So while some of the checks and balances and tensions are just inherent in the work that we do, I think that we have demonstrated to the people of the District of Columbia that the product is worthwhile. So thank you again for being here with us.
We've come to the end of the day. I had some prepared remarks, but I don't think I have to give them. I think the mayor put a very, very nice cap on what we talked about today. You know, the bottom line is, and remember this, we are all one government. It doesn't matter what you do on behalf of the district. We're all doing it on behalf of the district's residents. Always remember that. One team, one fight. Thank you.
All right, so what's happening? It's me, your man DJ Dirty Rico, and welcome to Skills. Oh, you don't know what Skills is about? If you can freestyle, if you can go ahead and get the battle in, you can get the microphone and you can go for it straight off the dome, we want you to send all your information right there. Send us your bio. We want a picture. We want your tracks. We want your links, anything that you got. Come show us your skills. Right here, the DCN, DKN. Oh, it's about the skills, baby.
Get along down the road, we got a long, long way to go. Scared to live, scared to die. We ain't perfect, but we try. Get along while we can. Always give love the upper hand. Paint a wall, learn to dance. Call your mom, buy a boat, sing a song, make a friend. Can't we all get along?
Always stay humble and kind. Don't expect a free ride from no one. Don't hold a grudge or a chip, and here's why. Bitterness keeps you from flying. Always stay humble and kind.
What does this bridge mean for Washington, D.C.?
Wow. My name is Raadia Cloyd. I'm the office engineer for the Frederick Douglass Memorial Bridge Project. Some elements for the quality of life that will improve for the citizens for Ward 6 and 8, honestly, for me, I think it will be ease and ability. It would be easier for residents to commute to and from their wards, go to work, enjoy the new amenities that will be along the bridges, or even to enjoy a local baseball game.
The Frederick Douglass Memorial Bridge is one of the oldest bridges here in the city. It was built in the 50s, so of course it is functionally deficient and structurally obsolete. So actually seeing a landmark take shape within our generation is going to be fantastic to watch. And then most importantly is making sure that we have a bridge that's worthy of the legacy of Frederick Douglass. The current bridge met the design codes of 1950, but it is not reminiscent or not reflective of the vibrancy of Washington, D.C. now. So the bridge is actually going to bring the two communities on each side of the river together and really celebrate the legacy of Frederick Douglass.
We have some residents who are resistant to change simply because they're used to what they normally do. They're used to the mailman coming at 3 o'clock. And because construction is in play, they come at 5 o'clock. So now we've disturbed Ms. Johnson from getting her mail. Unfortunately, it has to happen. We have to go through some rough spots to get to the better spots. And that's our goal, to bring bigger and better opportunities and more for our people from the Frederick Douglass Memorial Bridge.
This project is very special for me to work on, specifically because of the person who the project is named after, Frederick Douglass. Frederick Douglass spent his entire life unifying people and connecting communities. So we want to build off of that foundation and continue to unify cultures, connect the communities, and help people, both young and old, to live better.
One of the unique features of this project and the contract is that we have a 21% DBE goal, DBE for disadvantaged business enterprises. And what that does is it creates an opportunity for smaller businesses to earn and to learn on the project. Of a $400 million project with a 21% goal, there's almost $80 million worth of opportunity.
To spur economic growth, it is imperative you have the infrastructure in place to handle newcomers. And every structure needs a support system. It takes a village to make a great change and to do so the right way.
One of the things that we had to do that's unlike today is make sure we capture all of the stormwater that flows from the bridge before it dumps into the river. Right now, when it rains, the water goes directly into the river, so all of the oil and the exhaust that may come from vehicles is going into the river and polluting it. So we're making sure that we capture all of that stormwater and treat it before it goes into the river. We really wanted to make sure that this project lived up to Frederick Douglass' name and also was a lasting impact for the community. The bridge itself has a 100-year design life. All of the bridges on the project have a 100-year design life. So we want to make sure that we build something that is elegant not only today, but something that can last for the future and withstand the test of time.
There's a great poem about an old man who treks across a vast chasm, through which flowed a strong river. The old man makes it across, only to turn back around and build a bridge. Another adventurer asks the feeble man, "Why build a bridge?" To which he responds, "Good friend, in the path I've come, there followed after me today a youth whose feet must pass this way. This chasm that has been naught to me, to that fair-haired youth may a pitfall be. He too must cross in the twilight dim. Good friend, I'm building this bridge for him." Let's get to work.
Congratulations to the 2019 Washington Nationals, your World Series champions.
¡Vamos Nationals!
They finished the fight.
Good afternoon, and welcome to McFarland Middle School. My name is Mark Sanders, and I proudly serve as the principal of McFarland Middle School. We are proud to be a part of the announcement of our citywide enrollment numbers and would like to acknowledge Mayor Bowser, Deputy Mayor Kinn, State Superintendent Kang, and our Chancellor, Chancellor Farabee. We would also like to welcome everyone who's visiting with us today. Thank you for your commitment to our school and to our neighborhood schools across the city. As well as being the principal of McFarland, I am also the proud parent of a 7th grader here at the school. I still remember our first day of the McFarland reopening, where we welcomed 70 students into our school. Last year, as the mayor was here last, cutting our ribbon to the newly remodeled building, we had 380 students, And this year, we are serving 560 students here at McFarland Middle School, making us the second largest freestanding middle school in the city. As we've grown, my team and I are committed to ensure that the community and our parents know the wonderful things that are offered here at McFarland. A high-quality education, a bilingual program where students can continue their bilingual education that they started in elementary, or some students to begin in bilingual education. Global studies program where students can gain a more global perspective on the different situations and problems in the world. Additionally, we have high-quality clubs and partnerships, including Global Kids, who's taken our students across the city and across the nation to explore their world and open up their eyes to different interests at this important age. And finally, a high-quality athletic program where we have been, for the past 2 years, taken our boys baseball team to the city championship and lost twice to deal. But we're going to win one of these years. And most importantly, we have the most amazing students in the city. I'm a little biased, but they're definitely the best in my book. And I would like to introduce two of them. We have Brian Zacarias and Shai Walker, who are going to introduce our mayor.
Good afternoon. My name is Shai Walker, and I am a 7th grade student here at McFarland. I am excited to welcome you to McFarland Middle School. I chose to attend McFarland because I think McFarland is well developed. It is a bilingual school with many rich cultures. Also, it has many opportunities, and it has a very high ranking. We also have the coolest principal. Now, I would like to introduce our mayor. She has invested in education across the city and in our beautiful new school building. Please join me in welcoming our mayor, Mariel Bowser.
Thank you, Shai. Thank you.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Brian Zacarias y soy un estudiante del 8º grado aquí en McFarland. Me da placer darle las bienvenidas a la Escuela Intermedia McFarland. Yo decidí asistir a McFarland porque está abierta para todo el mundo. Es una escuela muy prestigiosa. Tiene buenos maestros y una educación muy buena y ellos quieren mucho a los estudiantes. Ahora, me gustaría presentar a nuestra alcaldesa. Ella ha invertido en la educación en toda la ciudad y también en nuestra nueva escuela magnífica. Por favor, ayúdenme en darle la bienvenida a nuestra alcaldesa, Mariel Bowser.
Thank you. Thank you, sweetie. Thank you so much. Let's give Brian and Shai a big round of applause. Thank you so much for that lovely introduction. And it's always fantastic to be here in McFarland. Principal Sanders, I want to thank you for your wonderful leadership. I was so excited. We were together for the DCPS Back to School cookout, and when you told me the number of students who were here, I was completely blown away. And it is certainly a testament to your investment and in your leadership and then in the hard work that the teachers and staff do here each and every day. But most importantly, it's a testament to the wonderful children and families who choose McFarland. I want to acknowledge the members of my public education team who are here. Hansel Kang, who is the superintendent of the Office of the State Superintendent for Education for the district. Louis Farabee, who is the Chancellor of DC Public Schools. And Paul Kine, who is the Deputy Mayor for Education for the District of Columbia. So what we just heard from the principal is magnificent. Some people have been around a long time, like me, who know the story of McFarland. And it's not too long ago where there were only 70 students here. And there were 6 teachers, a few support staff, and the building was wanting for much needed attention. There were some tough decisions made about McFarland. In fact, pausing on McFarland for a while, closing the school to reset, to refurbish the building, and to come back with a totally new curriculum. So when we look at the numbers now from 70 to 560, we know that those numbers are proof that when we listen and work with the community, when we look at the needs of our students, when we build the programming and facilities that our students and staff deserve, families will choose to go to middle school right in their own neighborhood. It is not just here at McFarland, it's citywide. For the 11th consecutive year, I am proud to announce student enrollment is up in our public schools. Today, we have more than 94,000 students, 94,603 to be exact, in our public schools. That is a 1.7% increase over last year. And one thing that we love about McFarland is your motto, never give up and never give in. And that is the story of not only your incredible growth, but what we have seen across our public schools. I'm going to share with you another number. In 2007, just over 71,000 students enrolled in our public schools. And today, we are over 94,000. We are so grateful to bold and dynamic leadership, but also to the support of DC taxpayers who put public education on the top of the investments that they want to make for a growing city. I want to tell you another number. DCPS, the numbers I have given already reflect DC public schools and DC public charter schools. And I want to announce that DC public schools have achieved a milestone this school year. For the first time since 2006, enrolling more than 50,000 students. So I want to congratulate all the hardworking teachers, administrators, PTAs, coaches, and everyone who has been a part of the transformation of public education in our city. So with that, I'm going to turn to our Superintendent for Education, Hansel Kang, followed by the Chancellor of DC Public Schools, Louis Farabee, and then we will address your questions.
Thank you, Mayor Bowser. I want to start by echoing the mayor's sentiments. This is truly exciting news for public schools across the District of Columbia, as we have reached the threshold of more than 94,000 students, and a particularly exciting moment for DCPS as they cross the 50,000 student threshold for the first time since 2006. So congratulations to Chancellor Farabee and everyone from the DCPS team. For me, the overall 1.7% increase in our enrollment and DCPS's impressive 4% increase are a clear indication that families are increasingly confident in our public schools and the quality of education that our children are receiving across our city. At the state level, enrollment numbers have shown steady gains every year since the 2008-09 school year, growing from 70,919 students in that year to 94,603 students today, an increase of nearly 24,000 students over that time period. While the public charter sector this year saw a slight drop in enrollment numbers compared to prior school years, decreasing from 43,960 last year to 43,556 this year, charter school enrollment has nearly doubled since the 2007-08 school year and has seen steady growth over time. As the mayor said, these state-level increases from 93,016 to 94,603 are a testament to the hard work of our educators and leaders all across our city in all of our schools, and the work they are doing every day to improve student outcomes for everyone from our youngest learners all the way up through our high school students and our adult learners. This month at OSSE, we are celebrating teacher leadership and outstanding educators, and there's a lot to celebrate across our city. Earlier this month, we honored Justin Lopez Cardozi, our 2020 DC Teacher of the Year, and this week I will be visiting McKinley Technology High School to meet with Alicia Butler, who was recently named the National History Teacher of the Year. We also just announced that 4 teachers across the district representing DCPS, DC Public Charter Schools, and private schools received the Presidential Award for Excellence in Math and Science Teaching, the highest honor in our nation for math and science teachers. So we are so fortunate to have outstanding educators like these individuals across our schools in DC, and we will continue to spotlight and learn from excellent teachers and school leaders who are doing amazing work to support all of our students. These enrollment increases show me that the work we are doing is on the right track as we continue to make improvements so that more and more students can benefit from the continued progress we are making in student outcomes across the district. Finally, I wanted to note that while we are certainly excited by the gains we are seeing statewide and at DCPS, these are preliminary numbers for the school year based on a snapshot of data certified by local education agencies earlier this month. This year, as we have each year, OSSE continues an enrollment audit and certification process that takes several months, and while we don't anticipate enrollment numbers will shift significantly, we will be releasing final audited enrollment numbers for this school year in early 2020, and we look forward to sharing those. Now I have the pleasure of introducing DC Public Schools Chancellor Louis Farabee.
Good afternoon. I am extremely proud to serve the district as chancellor and extremely proud that more families are choosing DCPS and our public schools as their first choice option. We recognize that families have many choices to make as they think about the best learning environment for their students and their families, and we're pleased again that more families are choosing DCPS. And in fact, more families are also choosing their neighborhood school. So as we think about our priority, our goal is to ensure that there is confidence in the neighborhood school and that families know that there's a great option at every grade level in every community. Want to be specific about numbers. So yes, we met the milestone above 50,000 students. I'm pleased to report that our enrollment is actually 51,000 students. And this is a significant increase for the District of Columbia Public Schools, and that we reported last year about 49,000 students. So if you do the math, you can see we've had a gain of 4%, which equates to about 2,000 more students in the District of Columbia Public Schools. We're also pleased, that we are seeing this growth across the district. So similar to what we've seen here at McFarland, we're also seeing it at other middle schools like Hart Middle School as well. We're seeing more of our families choosing their high school options. This is the first time in years that we've seen a significant increase in our 9th grade students, which means that more students are choosing to attend our high school options in addition to our elementary and middle schools. So this is something that we are pleased to be in a position that we're excited about, but we know we still have more work to do. And that involves ensuring that we're building our confidence and offering students a well-rounded experience on our campus. And we can't do that without the investment and the leadership of our mayor. So Mayor Bowser, thank you so much for supporting public education in the city, and to our taxpayers who have invested in amazing facilities like we're in today. And also, I would want to shout out our educators, our school leaders, our door knockers, those that are out in the community, ensuring that families know about all the great options that we have to offer. And also remind the community that we're upon enrollment season now. And so just in a few weeks, in November, December, we'll start the enrollment process where families can participate in our Ed Fest, our Feeder Fest, and other experiences to learn about the great opportunities that we offer. So again, exciting day for us. We have a capital commitment goal of ensuring that we are 54,000 students strong by the 2022, and we are well on our way, and we're excited about it. Thank you for the opportunity to share the great news today.
Thank you. So the team is here to answer all of your hard questions. Who's first? Sam.
I recall that it was said basically in this area DCPS we've given up.
Who said that?
I did.
Okay.
Because there really weren't very many middle schools in DCPS in this particular area. How do you get from 77 to 500? How do you do that?
Well, I'm gonna ask the experts behind me to weigh in on that equation. But for my part, Sam, you know, and many people have questioned how we get there. But we know when we have outstanding programs and curriculum in close by, and when we respond to what the neighborhood trends tell us. Councilmember Todd has said frequently that just before he was elected, there were no standalone middle schools in Ward 4, and now we have 2. And so what the communities have told us and all of the feeders is they want quality programs and they want them close to home. Thus, McFarland Middle School was reopened and Ida B. Wells was reopened. And the chancellor has also shared with me similar trends. He just mentioned Hart Middle School and other parts of the city. This is also very important because we know the history of our city is oftentimes people who believed in public education in the early years started to make different decisions in the middle years. We know when we gain the confidence of families in the middle years that we will continue to see the growth in our public schools.
You had options now. They really didn't have options before.
We have many, many more. Chancellor.
Yeah. I also want to reiterate the point that our school leaders are doing an excellent job of reaching down to their feeder schools. And so being really intentional with our middle school principals engaging with their feeder elementary schools, our high school principals engaging with their feeder middle schools, ensuring that there's excitement across the K-12 continuum as we think about our neighborhood schools. And more families are excited about what they're hearing from their school leaders. You heard from Principal Sanders today, not only the academic model is strong, but the extracurriculars that families look for in a middle school experience are also strong. And I anticipate as we have more and more conversations with our feeder schools, more families will choose their feeder middle school and also their feeder high school.
Yes, Carrie?
Yeah, this is for whoever wants to answer this one. Charters saw their first decline in enrollment, I think, and I know it was slight since '96 when they arrived. Charters had a difficult year, a lot of closures, a lot of handovers, but there's also 5 new charter schools slated to open next year, but also a bunch up for review. How do you plan for that? I mean, what do you expect to see in charters next year? There seems to be a lot of question marks in their enrollment trends. How do you plan for what's happening?
Sure, I'm going to ask Deputy Mayor Kine to respond. But for my part, let me just say this, that one of the big ideas behind the charter movement is that schools that are successful stay open and schools that are not close. And so we shouldn't be surprised by that trend. And actually what we're looking at for this school year is a slight decrease. I think the superintendent mentioned about 1,000 kids. Last year was also a slight decrease. But as you mentioned, we do expect different options. We don't know if parents which options parents will choose. Certainly, we think we want to have effective schools close to every family, no matter where they live. And that's how we go into the discussion. Paul.
Yes, thank you. And Perry, I think just to reiterate something the mayor said, the charter sector is actually doing exactly what the charter sector promised to do, which was to open new schools and then to close the ones that were not working. I think the question we have to ask ourselves today as a city is we are at this extraordinary moment of opportunity as all schools across the district continue to improve and as we're seeing population growth. So the question now is, how can we ensure across our entire system that we are meeting the needs of the system as a whole and meeting the needs of all families? Yes, families want strong quality school options. They also want good schools close to home. But some families want dual language programs like we have here at McFarland. Some families want strong career and technical education programs. And I think we're at a moment where we have to ask ourselves as a city, how can we plan effectively together to ensure that we're meeting the needs of all families in all parts of the city, potentially in some new ways.
Good. And I just want to clarify, charter sector, this is the first year in recent time that they have decreased, right?
I believe it's the second year. We'll follow up the specifics, yeah.
How does it break breakdown now, public, charter, public, school, DCPS? The percentages, how does it break down with DCPS and DC Public Charter?
The increase in population. Can you answer that, Principal?
Yeah, we can share the exact percentages, but as a city, we were up 1.7% compared to last year, and DCPS was up 4%.
You don't off the top of your head, no.
I don't have the math off the top of my head, but we can share with you.
And I got a little picture of general trends that we saw in enrollment, and I saw that there was an increase in students attending alternative high schools, and you had mentioned the increase in ninth graders, but a decrease, it seemed, in the other grades in high school. Are we seeing more kids go to alternative high school after they finish ninth grade? What's going on there?
So we have seen an uptick in students that have expressed interest in our Opportunity Academies. I believe the Opportunity Academy school leaders and their staff has done a great job explaining to families what that option offers to students. We've seen a number of students that are interested in the online instruction that allows students to accelerate their experiences in the classroom and earn course credits. We've also seen an uptick in students who may be overage or adult learners take advantage of the Opportunity campuses as well. It's also important to note that many of the Opportunity campus offer elements for career and technical education. So, for example, right next door at Roosevelt, we have cosmetology, we have barbering, and other options for students to explore as part of the Opportunity Academy experience. So we're pleased that students who believe they need a different option or are interested in a non-traditional experience for high school are taking advantage of the Opportunity and alternative education campuses that we have to offer.
Okay, yes.
If the district expects to see a continued growth in students, you mentioned over the last 10 years about 24,000 students have increased. How does the district prepare for that significant number of increase in students?
So it's a very, very good question, and one that my office spends a lot of time thinking about. We did the Master Facilities Plan, which was a very significant document last year to think about whether we've got the facility footprint and facility capacity that we need to meet that growth. But importantly, while we actually do have capacity in many of our schools to actually absorb more students who enter, we also need to address this question about, are we providing the kinds of school options that families want? So are our neighborhoods strong, as neighborhood schools strong, as the Chancellor was talking about? Do we have other kinds of options based on parent and family needs and interests? And so all of that goes into this equation about how we prepare best for future growth. And I think we're well on our way, as you can see by the results that we're talking about today. But those are all important questions that we need to continue to grapple with as we move forward.
Of what the capacity is for what schools can absorb or the system can absorb?
All of that is available on our public-facing website called Edscape, which is run out of my office. So all of that data is available.
Okay, thanks.
So can you talk about any geographic trends that you saw? Are you seeing the same things in Ward 1 as Ward 5, as Ward 7, as Ward 8? I mean, what's happening in some of the different wards?
For DCPS, we've seen it across all 8 wards, so they're not specific geographic trends that we can call out today. But I would say that, as I mentioned earlier, it's important to note that our secondary schools are seeing greater recapture rates. It's also important to note, again, these are preliminary numbers, but we have about 85% of our families are choosing to come back, which is another positive trend that we see across all 8 wards as well. So I want to call out specifically the middle school and high school gains, and also more families choosing their neighborhood schools, but that's happening across all communities.
Anacostia, Ballou, which have seen steep declines in recent years?
Yeah, so for example, you mentioned Anacostia. Anacostia exceeded their enrollment projections. There are other schools close by in those communities we could point to as well. So again, these are not geographic specific gains that we've seen. However, we want to ensure that we continue to have schools like Anacostia collaborate with their middle school, Kramer, and their feeder elementary schools to continue the excitement around this K-12 continuum that I've outlined today in terms of our feeder schools.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
The fact that she was a black woman, that she was a former slave, this, puts it into a different stratosphere.
It's an amazing story, but it's all rooted in the Afro-Cuban community. No group of Americans can claim a greater level of patriotism than African Americans.
Men and women who dare to dream, who dare to challenge, create history. Join Tim Reed for Legacy of a People, an examination of the history-making contributions of black people here in the U.S. and across the globe.
Excuse me, ma'am. Would you like to have my seat?
A message from the Foundation for a Better Life.
Wow. College already.
Yeah. We gotta go.
I love you.
I love you too, Daddy. And thanks for everything.
Gratitude. Pass it on. A message from the Foundation for a Better Life.
Smart cities provide us with living, breathing data that can help improve our lives. By leveraging new technologies, the Internet of Things, sensors, and mobile devices, we can truly make a city more sustainable and responsive, revealing information for things like how we commute, energy efficiency, and even creating safer neighborhoods. New bus lines can be created, vehicles can be connected, and traffic flow can be improved. In a smart city, GPS becomes integrated with our city grid, changing all traffic lights to green for EMS vehicles. Streetlights illuminate our sidewalks, entirely based on optimal travel times. And implementing citywide Wi-Fi to keep us connected to reveal the way we move about city infrastructure. Things like smart waste management means more efficient city services, and public Wi-Fi with integrated data analytics can also enhance social program management and responses, as well as real-time public health challenges. Smart cities create smart citizens by enabling distant learning and research opportunities. That's a smart city. We're not there yet, but we can be. We have to do it together. The district is working hard to provide residents access to online resources through responsive public Wi-Fi. We're working with major universities to tap into advanced research services and share knowledge, and to advance healthcare through connected devices. We're busy creating intelligent and efficient buildings, reducing cost, and improving functionality. This will optimize city resources and assets and improve our city's services. We're working on new utilities that monitor water levels, provide real-time flood detection, and initiate immediate response, all while detecting viruses in wastewater to support public health. We're even testing smart sewage technology that can detect infectious diseases and predict and prevent future outbreaks. And that's just the start. Let's make DC the smartest city it can be.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for joining us today. Welcome to Walter Reed. I also appreciate that you all made it out here this morning, because I know there was a lot of celebration last night with the Nationals making it to the World Series.
Yeah. Wait, didn't the Yankees lose?
I think they did lose. So my name is Randall Clark. I'm the director of the Walter Reed Local Redevelopment Authority. We are the instrument within the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development that's responsible for the redevelopment of the Walter Reed campus. And we just couldn't be any more excited about where we've reached today. At this time, I'd like to introduce you all to D.C. Washington, who I should mention happens to sing the anthem at Nats games on occasion. But will lead us today in our national anthem, and I'd ask that we all rise.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rang glare, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Go Nats, right? I think we're all in the right spirit now, right?
Really? Wow.
I should also mention, in addition to having the most perfectly apt name for the event, D.C. Washington. I know. In addition to singing the anthem for the Nats, D.C. is also a 22-year veteran of the United States Army, so also very fitting for today. It is a very special day to us. To cut the ribbon on the first, not only the first affordable housing, but the first housing here at the Walter Reed campus. Before we get started, I'd like to acknowledge some of the folks who are here today. I started in this project more than 10 years ago as a citizen involved in the planning process, and got to see this leadership up close and direct, and worked closely with the first person I'll acknowledge, our mayor, Mayor Muriel Bowser. Also like to acknowledge your council member and mine from Ward 4, Brandon Todd. Our interim deputy mayor for planning and economic development, John Valchicchio. Also our DEMPED's director of real estate, Sarosh Olpadwala, who I believe is hiding in the back. Elliot Tomingo, the director of the mayor's office of Veterans Affairs. Department of Housing and Community Development, Polly Donaldson, who also has that 12, 15-year history with this project. DC Housing Finance Agency Director Todd Lee. I saw Director Lee. DC Housing Authority Director Tyrone Garrett. Did I see Tyrone Garrett? DHS Director Lauren Zellinger. Did I miss her? And I'd also like to acknowledge, although I don't see many of them here, the members of the Walter Reed Community Advisory Committee, citizens who volunteer their time to help us get this project done. Included among them ANC 4A Commissioner Steve Watley, 4B Commissioner Jeff Bromagem, former ANC Commissioner Brenda Speaks, and community representatives Alice Giancola, who represents Tacoma. I see represented here by Tony Giancola. Lila Batiste, representing Shepherd Park, and Margaret Singleton, who represents Brightwood. I'd also like to acknowledge our friends from Help USA, who you'll hear more about as we go, and our master developer for the parks at Walter Reed, Hines, Urban Atlantic, and Trident Development. They are sprinkled throughout here, but thank you all for your work. I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge all of my colleagues from DEMPED, all past and present DEMPEDers who've worked on this project. A special thank you to Thaddeus Green, Jennifer Castor and Susan Longstreet, Kate Hardig and Shonda Washington, and the many current and former DEMPEDers who've worked on this project for the last 15 years. We'd like to thank our outside counsel because things like this don't happen without attorneys. Seth Kirshenfeld and Hillary Jackler of Kutak Rock. We'd like to thank Jeanette Musil and Jim Holland and everyone at the Department of Defense Office of Economic Adjustment who've helped us through this process. And most importantly, our veterans who have joined us here today, and there are many veterans here today. So when Mayor Bowser took office over 5 years ago, she promised to move big projects forward, and we don't think they get any bigger than Walter Reed. At completion, this new community will bring 3.1 million square feet of development, over 2,100 new units of housing, 5,000 new jobs, office and retail amenities to the community. The parks at Walter Reed will bring world-class healthcare, retail, residential, and homes for seniors, and a place for conferences, gathering, and recreation, and so much more. And today we gather to celebrate more progress at Walter Reed, our first affordable housing community. We have an important partner to thank for getting us here today, Help USA, a national organization dedicated to ending homelessness, and in particular for our veteran community. And please join me in welcoming Help USA President Tom Hamlin.
Thank you, everybody. I usually try and move quickly and say very little, but after so many years of effort, I'm going to give myself a few more minutes here. My name is Tom Hamlin, President of Help USA. Just to explain very briefly, HELP is a nonprofit organization based in New York City, and we organize our activities in three main areas. First one is homeless prevention. We operate a number of homeless prevention programs in New York City, in Philadelphia, and in Las Vegas, designed to keep people in housing, out of shelter, and keep them safe and secure. We do an awful lot of transitional housing, shelter, if you will, for families, adults, survivors of domestic violence, and veterans in many cities across the country. And our third area is developing and operating permanent housing for formerly homeless and at-risk populations, and that's really why we're here today. So those are the three things we do, and we do a lot of it, and a lot of work with veterans. Walter Reed is our 13th veteran facility and our first facility here in the district. I'll look over toward Polly, who wouldn't mind a second chance, but we'll keep after you on that. Before I begin thanking people, I just was reflecting a little bit on the train that 40 years ago, when I was a psychology graduate student at Berkeley, and learning all kinds of things about psychological principles and theories and psychotherapy and all kinds of principles and methods, etc. One thing we never talked about, I can't remember once, was housing. Housing was not discussed. This is 78 to 82. Housing was really not discussed in the so-called helping professions as a core element of safety, security, and providing a foundation for anyone in this room, anyone outside, anyone anywhere in Washington, D.C. What do they need before they can stabilize themselves and begin to move forward and make really positive life choices? They need a place to live. And it's also the relationship between housing and services and the recognition that housing is the core human service. And it's taken me, being a PhD psychologist, quite some time to get that in my head, but it's now firmly in there. And it's something that we focus on at HELP all the time, is the availability of housing, the security of housing, and then in addition, the construction of new housing. As you walk down this hallway, you'll see a lot of windows on the right-hand side. Those are the case management offices. What we've tried to do with this design, and been quite successful, I think, is to open up the service space so that as the residents are walking up and down the hall, there is no boundary between them and the service personnel. It's all open, it's all visible, it's all one. So again, housing and services together for veterans, that's what this is all about, and that's why we're here. It's taken a long time to get here. People have been mentioning 15 years. I think we clock in around 10. So that's why we're so sprightly. But it would have been impossible to get here without significant local support, especially being an organization based in New York City. That support began with a meeting with Mayor Bowser, then the council member representing this ward. She and her staff opened their doors and helped us understand the complexities, and they are complex, of the relationship between the district and the federal government and how you get things done here in D.C., and provided valuable assistance thereafter. So, Mayor Bowser, we're very grateful for that. 2 other dynamic and intelligent women who are now heading the Department of Housing and Community Development and the Department of Human Services, Polly Donaldson and Laura Zeilinger, were there for us at the beginning and over the course of the entire decade. And I thank them for sharing their time and their knowledge with us. Very much appreciated. Thank you, Polly. Turning to the private sector, we owe a huge debt to local philanthropy and the support we received 9 years ago from the William S. Abel Foundation and the chair of their strategic initiatives to end homelessness, Tom Normey. So thank you, Tom and Shepard and the Abel family for really giving us the support that allowed us to continue through that long gestation period and be able to do things that are kind of important, like pay the bills. I thank Tom and his team, Susie Sinclair Smith, Ellen McCarthy, Chapman Todd, as they stood by us without fail, and I hope they know how grateful I am and Help USA is for their assistance. Finally, let me honor the support and vision of our board chair, Maria Cuomo-Cole. Maria? Maria sat us down probably 10, 12 years ago and said Help USA is going to double down or triple down on veterans. And we're kind of, sometimes our eyes swim a little bit and we get a little worried, but we did it. So this is our 13th facility, and homeless prevention programs for veterans and transitional housing for veterans, and it's really something we're very, very proud of. So thank you, Maria, for your leadership. I want to thank Stephen Mott, my chief of staff, for his governmental knowledge. And most of all, I want to recognize the persistence and dedication of my chief housing officer, David Cleghorn, the leader of the team that brought us through all these complicated housing deals. And my thanks to David and to everyone else at Help USA for getting us to the goal line. So, oh, there you are. He's always silent.
I got a list.
Oh, I certainly hope I'm on it. I don't know when compensation review is, but it is cyclical. You understand that. And now please let me introduce Clifton Braxton, a U.S. Air Force veteran and one of the first residents here at Walter Reed. Mr. Braxton.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Cliff Braxton. I'm a U.S. Air Force veteran, Vietnam War area. Vietnam War era. Served in Thailand. Support. That's where my first that's where a PTSD occurred. My first PTSD occurred here on this campus. I was about 4 years old at the time. And my father had re-enlisted back in the service. He got out after the Second World War, couldn't deal with civilian life. So he went back in the service. That's what he understood mostly. And while he was over in Germany, a Jeep flipped over on him. And they air vac him here to Walter Reed. And my mother took me up to visit my father, and I was about 4 years old, and came up. He was up in one of the wards, and I believe they call it traction. That's when you are up like this, and he was wrapped head to toe in bandages. At that particular point in time, my mama said, go give your daddy a kiss. And I looked, I said, I don't know, that ain't my... But when I heard his voice, all right, he said, hi, my nickname is Hi, Roddy. And I came up and I gave him a kiss. Okay? Now, I'm saying that was my first experience with PTSD. And the reason why I'm saying that is because they used to bring movies out, different movies. One was Frankenstein, the other one was The Mummy. And every time The Mummy or Frankenstein did this, I took off out of the movies. It took me right back to that point there. So I'm saying that this is a healing, this is a homecoming, greater or lesser degree to me. I'm 72 years old, and that was about 68 years ago. And in the interim, like I said, I was Vietnam War era, and a plane came in, wiped out my crew. One of our planes called Friendly Fire, but he came in and my job was to get, if plane broke down on the runway, pick it up, get it up off the runway, because you got other planes running around, running out of gas. Plane came in, and I'm on a Coleman, which is a little tractor. It turns around like that, and I'm taking pictures, because I learned single lens reflex. I'm taking pictures. And I told him, man, get this thing out of here. And as he spun the tractor, the plane went by me like that. Tore up everything in front of us. Fire engine, command car, crash recovery truck. Crash recovery truck landed about from here to that building over there. Boom, burst into flames. Now where I was at, they had Coleman's, not Coleman's, but fire extinguishers on wheels, right? And I grabbed a fire extinguisher and I'm running over to the crash truck because I'm seeing the flames. And I get over to the crash truck and I reach down for the hose, and somebody cut the hose on the fire extinguisher. And the reason why that fire extinguisher was there for what they call Agent Orange birds, but if you put water on an Agent Orange bird, it's subject to explode. So I went after the pilots. People stopped me from getting to the pilots. They were going for their 45s, but anyway, they got me. And I came back here. When I came back here, I did not know that there was something clicking in my head. At that particular point in time, the only thing that shut it down was alcohol and drugs. That's the only thing. Psychedelic Shack, that's where it's at. Psychedelic Shack, that was out when I came back. And that's where I went to. And it took me almost another close to 20 years before I could get some relief from that. My wife, at one point in time, she would have to get at the foot of the bed to wake me up. If not, I wake up swinging. I got 9 kids, 19 grandchildren, 4 great-grandchildren. They want me back in their life today. They say, and I'm saying, and thank God for this particular building and stuff, because you people have cared, especially you. You have cared about people. He said it was housing, and we need it. There are vets I still see on the corners with signs. God bless you. Help me. I'm a vet. $5, $1, whatever. I can't give to everybody because I'm broke. You understand? Name the game. But I had to learn how to do and be kind to me. And that's what this is about. How do I be kind to me? I had help along the way. I had to learn how to accept help. I'm one of those people that we're warriors. But again, warriors need help, support. This is support for us. Thank you. And with that and all said, I'm going to introduce our mayor, Miss Maureen Bowser. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, good morning, everybody. Let's give Mr. Braxton a big round of applause. I think his story is not a single one, and may be representative of a number of people here and a number of people around our city, and a number of people that we're still waiting to welcome home from their service.
When I sat down here, I almost had, I did have tears in my eyes because I remember, like so many people here, how long this community has worked together to bring Walter Reed back. And we made a promise. We made a promise that a community that has served our returning veterans at Walter Reed as the premier medical hospital could also serve our returning heroes with housing. And now the very first housing development that opens on this campus is for veterans exiting homelessness. We are, and that's a promise kept. And I want to acknowledge, council member, that the Ward 4 community really locked arms and said that we are a prosperous city and a generous city. And certainly we can muster the effort in the planning and the resources investment to support our fellow Washingtonians and our veterans. We're talking about housing all week. In fact, we talk about it all year, every day, and every second of every day, because we recognize that housing first is the strategy for the District of Columbia. We know for sure that when people have safe and affordable housing, that they can work on every issue for themselves and for their families. And it is important that we continue a strategy to house every Washingtonian. Yesterday, with my housing team and our OP team, and you heard Randall acknowledge all of the members of the DC Housing and Economic Development teams, but I want to acknowledge them again. So please acknowledge Randall Clark, who is leading our Walter Reed development, and all of our DMPED team. Thank you. As well as all of the housing officials who have been acknowledged, including Polly Donaldson and Todd Lee, who are doing a tremendous job for us. We are talking about two documents that we released, the Housing Equity Report and an update to our comprehensive plan. All those two documents cement our commitment to build 36,000 units of housing by 2025 and to make sure that those units are equitably distributed across Washington, D.C. The people across the income spectrums and backgrounds should be able to live in all parts of our city. You know well our commitment to ending homelessness in Washington, D.C. Many of you were with us in 2017 when we opened the John and Jill Kerr Conway residences, also a project long in the making. And right now, 2 years later, 124 formerly homeless veterans are in permanent supportive housing in an amenity-rich neighborhood in Noma. It's projects like that and projects like this one that are allowing us to drive down homelessness. Among our veterans, 27% decrease in homelessness among DC veterans since 2015. And 77 more veterans will move into permanent supportive housing right here at Walter Reed. So I want to congratulate all involved, but also to emphasize that our work is not done. In many ways, it is just beginning. Affordability in a city like ours that is so hotly demanded. People want to stay here. People want to move here. People are being born here. People are getting old here. We really have it all. But what that also means is that the pressure on housing prices is steep and significant. And if we have to be intentional about how we help everybody in our communities get there. So we're in a winning mood in Washington, D.C., you might know. How about those Nats? In a winning mood. I told people that we were the sports capital. Nobody believed me. So our teams just keep showing them. Our Washington Mystics in their new stadium are now world champions. And for the first time since 1933, there's going to be a World Series in Washington, D.C. So let's keep winning by focusing on how we can bring all of our veterans home in safe and affordable housing, but also productive career paths. And our offices, Elliot Domingo, you may know, who is the director of the Mayor's Office of Veterans Affairs, is very focused on making sure we have state-like services for our veterans. That is until we become the 51st state, when we will have state services for our veterans. And so I'm very pleased now to introduce my friend and my council member and your council member, who has been very focused on bringing Walter Reed into its full glory, bringing it back and working with our economic development team, including Deputy Mayor John Falchicchio, as well as the development partners on this project, and getting DC residents hired and DC businesses to work. So with that, I want to introduce Brandon Todd.
Thank you, Mayor Bowser, and good morning, everyone. I am so thrilled and excited to be here with all of you this morning. Thank you to Randall Clark and Mayor Bowser and John Falchicchio and Polly Donaldson and all of our government partners and our nonprofit partners at Help USA. Today is the culmination of a lot of years of hard work. And as the council member for Ward 4 the last 4.5 years, as I look across our ward at various projects, there are not many that I can say I worked on when I was a staffer at the Council of the District of Columbia, and have had the opportunity to pull over the finish line as the council member representing the best 84,000 people in the District of Columbia. But I want to first acknowledge and thank you, Mr. Braxton, for your service to our city and to our nation. And I want to thank and congratulate the 77 new residents that will call this amazing facility home. Let's show them a little bit of love. And as the council member representing Ward 4, I also chaired the council's Committee on Government Operations, which has oversight of the Mayor's Office of Veterans Affairs. I've chaired that committee for the last 3 years, and I know how important it is for our city to serve our 30,000 veterans across the district, the nearly 4,000 in Ward 4, with amenities like affordable housing, with amenities like free transportation to get them to their most important appointments, like medical appointments and appointments for different things like that. I know how important it is that the government provide resources for our veterans who've served our city and our country so nobly. And so we will continue to stay laser focused on how we support veterans, how we support families, and how we support seniors. So cutting this ribbon today means a lot to a lot of people in this room. It means a lot to me. It means a lot to our mayor and all of the neighbors in Ward 4 who stood with this project a decade and a half ago and stood with everybody who was chosen to bring housing here. And we're just thrilled to be here today. So congratulations to everybody. And I'm going to now invite Polly Donaldson up.
Well, good morning, everybody. And happy Housing Week. We have a lot to showcase and a lot due to the vision and leadership of Mayor Bowser. It's a pleasure for me to be able to support that vision and leadership here in the district. I want to also acknowledge some of the DHCD team members who made this project possible. Ray Slade is here. Where are you? I know Ray is back there. He was the project manager, and Antoinette Moore was the staff attorney, both equally important in getting this project to the finish line. Well, as has been alluded to by many, I first stepped foot on the Walter Reed campus more than a decade ago as the executive director of the Transitional Housing Corporation, which is now known as Housing Up, and whose new offices are going to be right across the way here, which was part of the original proposal that, yes, I actually participated in writing in 2009. I really didn't imagine at that time that I would be standing here today as director of DHCD, but I did imagine that these units would be delivered, and here we are. So 77 units later, congratulations. Before I go further, I'd also like to acknowledge our partners in government who are working daily to make homelessness rare, brief, and non-reoccurring. That includes Director of the Department of Human Services, Laura Zeilinger, and the Director of the Interagency Council on Homelessness, Christy Greenwald. So let's thank them as well. When I started at DHCD in 2015, I made it clear that our resources would be used in part to aid our fight against homelessness. Beginning in 2016, I required that the consolidated request for proposals for our Housing Production Trust Fund would require 5% of all units funded to be set aside for permanent supportive housing, like Help USA Veterans Housing. And while this project specifically used federal HUD funds from the Community Development Block Grant Program, and I see Marvin Turner here from HUD, thank you. This is why those federal funds are so important, and we must always advocate for them because of how we use them. We put $10 million into of community development block grants into this project to meet the goal, and as a result, these 77 units are part of the overall 1,000 units of permanent supportive housing that we have produced since 2015 with the Housing Production Trust Fund and our federal funds. 1,000 units of permanent supportive housing. And the same way that our innovative financing of permanent supportive housing is recognized as a model, this project is also a model. I have been on numerous occasions been given the opportunity to bring colleagues and affordable housing experts in government and elsewhere from across the country to D.C. And when I do, as I did just last week with my fellow directors of the 8 other highest cost cities in the country, I often bring them to the Conway residence on North Capitol Street, where Chapman Todd provides a complete tour and a complete story and narrative. And it's the sister building and the model that you described in terms of having the case managers integrated in and visible, very visible within the project. It's really it shows you what is possible with permanent supportive housing. And also combining innovative financing models, incredible community partners, and an engaged and visionary mayor like Mayor Bowser is what makes this ongoing permanent supportive housing possible. This is the first project we're celebrating following the release, as the mayor said, of her vision for the equitable distribution of affordable housing across the city with the Housing Equity Report. This project brings 77 new units of affordable housing already contemplated in the pipeline for the Rock Creek East planning area. But as our report shows, we're still 340 units short of our goal for affordable housing in this planning area. So I hope to be back to Walter Reed and the Rock Creek East planning area to build on this goal and bring more affordable housing units to all parts of the city. Yes. Thank you very much for having me. It's very much my pleasure now to introduce an old friend, David Cleghorn, who is the housing officer. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, David.
Okay, good morning, everybody. I am the last speaker. I will try to be brief, although that's not necessarily in my nature. I'm trying to think. I had something written down about how long this project has taken, but everybody else has kind of mentioned that. So I'll just say that my oldest daughter, who's a freshman in college, does not remember a time that I was not coming home late because I had a meeting at Walter Reed. My youngest daughter, that she knows nothing else. So it has been a long time. I think I've been involved personally in this project since 2009, I believe, and did the writing with some other folks that help on the response. And we looked up today. We got the award letter in 2010 to start construction on this project. I found an original timeline. We all should have been in this room like 6 years ago, but here we are today. I also want to congratulate the Nationals. I'm a big sports fan, although I'm an Orioles fan, but hey, good for you guys. And I also want to congratulate the Mystics. I am a basketball dad, and I spend all my time not at work in basketball gyms all over the country, and that was if you watched it, it was a great series. And congratulations to them. This is we do a lot of projects. I've been 20 years or so now in affordable housing, but this project is probably most personal to me. I did not grow up in D.C., but I was born here. When my mother was a young woman, she was a single mom with 3 kids. She managed to find her way to Washington, was working with the Community for Creative Nonviolence and Zacchaeus Kitchen, and working in a soup kitchen, and my dad was studying to be he was a seminarian studying to be a priest. He came to volunteer one day at the soup kitchen, met my mom, and about 9 months later, I joined the family. So he was not long for the priesthood. But as we moved around the country from Alabama back to New York and in between, my family was always involved in creating homeless shelters, usually emergency shelters. My mom would run them. My dad would write the grants. My dad spent probably the last 20 years of his working career working for the Community Partnership for the Prevention of Homelessness here in Washington. He retired 10, 12, 15 years ago now. He was supposed to be here today, but he's old and it's raining. He's not. I don't think he's here. We've come full circle for me on this project. And then I learned after the groundbreaking last 2 years ago, my uncles reached out to me and told me how when my grandfather was stationed in Northern Virginia, he would get medical treatment here for injuries he had from World War II, and their pediatrician was based here. My father was too young to remember that, so he was sort of surprised by that story too, but his older brothers do remember, and so it's very interesting, and I'm glad to be here, and I'm proud to have had the opportunity to work on this project, and I want to thank my boss and our board chair, because really, 10 plus years to put resources into doing a project like this takes a huge commitment. We earn a developer fee, but we're not going to do the math on the staff time, right, of 10 or 12 years. So we're here now, and it's great, and we have a great support system at HELP to allow us to do these sort of what I refer to as brain damagey type projects. So that's my personal blurb. I want to thank our development team, starting with Scott Mattis, and I saw some other folks from 1 Second Associate Architects. They're probably way back there somewhere that did the design work. Our owners rep who were here on the day-to-day, making sure that the contractors and everybody were getting along with the architect, Vanessa and Carlos Ibrin, who I believe are also in the back somewhere. The general contractor, Ellisdale Construction, Ward Bell, Ben Finkhausen, Glenn Barrett, and I think I saw Kevin from Ellisdale, Kevin Ash. And then I'd also like to thank, Tom mentioned, but Chapman Todd and his staff. Chapman's been involved in this project since the very beginning when he was at Catholic Charities. He's helped me work through the myriad of local DC intricacies with a lot of skill, and he's going to remain involved in this project going forward, helping us make sure that social services are delivered and that sort of our eyes and ears on the ground here. So I appreciate all the work that Chapman and Charlene and his staff have done. So I wanted to acknowledge them. I also want to acknowledge, I don't know if they're here, but our attorneys from Stuart Popple, who is an attorney that we work with on all our projects, who's not here, and I'm not sure if I see any of our other attorneys here, but the attorneys are very important on projects like this, and they spend many overnight putting these deals together with us. And then my staff, Laura Mishner, Jocelyn Torrio, Michael Telsford, who are here, and Serena Miller, who oversees our property management, and Mary Braxton, who's going to run this building on the day-to-day. She's over there. And I know that most of these folks have been mentioned, but of course we couldn't do this project without support of local government. The tremendous commitment in CDBG funds, it's north of $10 million. I think you were rounding down. But Mayor Muriel Bowser, Councilmember Todd, Polly Donaldson, we have, I'm not sure who the folks are, but the DC Housing Authority providing local LSRP subsidy for our residents, the Interagency Council on Homelessness, and DCHFA, who provided the bond financing, is DHCD, who provided the rest of the money. And then that doesn't get us all the way to the finish line, of course, so we have our private funders, and on a project like this, we had a bunch of them. But we have the John Bon Jovi Soul Foundation, and Heather Goldfarb is here somewhere. I think she's that way. Tom had mentioned Tom Nurmi and the William S. Abel Foundation, who are here. Federal Home Loan Bank of Pittsburgh, the Harry and Jeanette Weinberg Foundation, and then we had grants from City Community Development, Northrop Grumman and what we refer to as the Help USA Fund, which is money that Maria and our board raise through various events that we usually use as the last piece of the puzzle as money to put into the project. So, last but not least, I'm going to get killed here. National Equity Fund, who's our tax credit syndicator, and FINEMA and Stephen Burkhardt are here. But National Equity Fund, this was a very complicated deal. It will make your brain hurt to think about all the shared uses, and you're dividing buildings vertically and horizontally, and it's a very difficult project. National Equity Fund stuck with us the whole way, as did TD Bank, who is our bought the bonds and is our lender, and Gloria Bell Cruz is here from TD Bank. So with that, we're supposed to cut a ribbon. We were supposed to be outside. I think we're going to invite all the speakers up and the funders that were here to cut the ribbon if we can fit. And if it will help, I will gladly get out of the photo.
All right, great, and thank you. We're going to cut the ribbon, and then there actually are some refreshments. So folks are welcome to, after we cut the ribbon, go back and visit a unit and actually get to see some of the building. So thank you.
Then we got another one. You guys want to come up this way?
Yes, pose first. We're looking right here. Middle camera. Ma'am, miss. Everybody looking forward, please. Right here. And then on 3, we're going to cut the ribbon. 1, 2, 3.
Hi, I'm Britt Waters, here to shout out all the music talent that's coming your way this season on The Sound. From hip hop, rock, pop, reggae, jazz, R&B, we got something for everyone, even a little bit of country. No TV show in the DMV promotes more local artists than The Sound. Turn up The Sound, Fridays, 7:30 p.m. exclusively on DCN.
Washington, D.C. is known for a lot of things. But did you know that D.C. is fashion? What the cupcake? Today's Washington, D.C. is more than government. D.C. is beauty, style, avant-garde, historic, menswear, runway, footwear, edgy, made right here. D.C. is fashion, darling, and we've got proof.
Hey, what's going on, DMV music community? It's your boy Dove. Now check this out. The mayor, the DC Entertainment Office, and Georgetown University have launched the first ever DC Music Census. That means you can be a part of the biggest citywide survey of DC's music industry ever. And the best thing about it is, your input will identify the best way to support and grow DC music culture. Now this only works if everybody in the DC music scene participates. And get this, the online survey only takes a few minutes. So drop on in at dcmusiccensus.com.
One of the most telling and profound things about the mayor that always resonates is if you check out her Twitter page and if you hear her speak, she is constantly talking about everyone getting a fair shot. And that passion, that commitment, that leadership about making sure that this is a place and a city and a region that is equitable, that is fair, and that is giving everyone a fair shot, really makes this a very special city and a very distinct city. She's been about creating that opportunity for all, and it is a great pleasure and an honor to welcome Mayor Bowser.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. And that was a lovely introduction, Marty. Let's give Marty a big round of applause for his vision and leadership. And I am just really excited to see all of you here spending this time focused on how we can be partners in making sure that more Washingtonians do have that fair shot that Marty described. The truth is, we are living in extraordinary times in Washington, D.C. And if you've been around this town long enough, you know the real trajectory that we have experienced over the last 15 to 20 years. You heard from one of my predecessors earlier, Mayor Tony Williams, who is widely credited with kicking off the transformation of Washington, D.C., focusing on our fiscal health, focusing on attracting more people to live in Washington, D.C., and really setting our trajectory forward. In over successive leadership cycles in our city, we have built on that vision. And it was a time in D.C. when 1,000 new people were moving to our town each and every month. And so now we are a city of over 700,000 people. And that growth has its benefits, but it also has its pressures. But as I like to say, I'd rather be a mayor dealing with the pressures of growth than dealing with the pressures of decline. Because what the pressures of growth allow us to do is to look at our city and figure out how we are going to get more people involved using just really robust resources to get those things done. So I am really proud of the team that we have assembled. And it is true that I get to be mayor of my hometown, and the people, they voted for me again. So I have another 4 years, 9 months down into that 4 years to work on our priorities together. Part of our second term refocus on some of these issues has been bringing our workforce efforts under the arm of our public education efforts, led by our Deputy Mayor for Public Education, who is Paul Kine, who is here with us. Thank you, Paul. And our Department of Employment Services, you've heard from Unique Morris Hughes already, and our Workforce Investment Council, led by Anna Smith, are under the umbrella of all of that we're doing in public education, including our University of the District of Columbia and all that they're doing at the community college level and the four-year college level. So we recognize some of the very disturbing data that we hear from this study or the next about how we need to better match our residents, their training, their skills, and their vision for their own employment with the jobs that we are creating right here in Washington, D.C. And we know when we do that, that's when we can truly promise our residents that they have a shot to make it in this town that's increasingly expensive because of the many people and businesses that want to be here. So we are very intentional in building a workforce that gives all of the people of the District of Columbia different on-ramps to success. So in answering questions about workforce, how can we better prepare for the fact that we don't even know 85% of the jobs that will exist in 2030. So we know that the nature of work is changing globally, and it's also changing in our city. I've already described how vibrant and diverse an economy that we are growing in Washington, D.C. Frequently, people don't realize that we are the #1 city for women in technology and for entrepreneurial talent anywhere in the United States. Private sector, that's good for us. And private sector job growth continues to outpace that of the public sector. And even before this current federal administration, we saw that the federal government, through sequestration and other budget maneuvers, began to slowly have fewer federal employees, less office space, and in changing where federal employees report. Now, some of that is okay with us, like moving the FBI, at least moving it from Pennsylvania Avenue. But others, we want to retrench and refocus with our federal partners on making sure that the talented workforce that has been built around the federal government, we can continue as a nation to take advantage of. But we do recognize that part of our, future in health, fiscal health as a city, is making sure we have a diverse economy. And our economy is not the economy of our grandfathers and great-grandfathers, where the federal government totally dominated and the federal government was the only sector that was growing. In fact, our private sector job growth is now outpacing our public sector job growth. And we have invested quite a lot of our thinking in how we grow tech in Washington, D.C. Tech, we think, offers a lot of possibilities for our residents because there are tech jobs that require PhDs in advanced sciences, and there are tech jobs that only require a high school diploma. So we know that it offers the opportunity for good paying employment for vast swaths of our population. We recognize, too, that there is a lot of work to do to make our prosperity in this city more inclusive. None of us can be proud to know that in some cases there are gaps that continue to grow in our city. So as we attract high-paying jobs, it's critical that we have a plan for people with lower level skills and experience to also get in that higher paying job lane. Otherwise, we will continue to exacerbate our gaps in wages. We have been focused on all of the things that the government can do to make starting and owning a business in our city more attractive. And we have also been focused on how we improve the skill levels of our residents to match things that we know are happening in our economy. A couple of years ago, we launched the DC Infrastructure Academy, for example, in partnership with a number of private sector companies and quasi-governmental agencies that have billions of dollars of planned work right in DC. When you think about Metro and Pepco and DC Water, billions of dollars of infrastructure work, the type of work that pays $80,000 and $90,000 a year, sustaining wages for the people of the District of Columbia. We're also have been forward-thinking, we think, in our partnerships with Ford and others that are looking at new technologies and how we prepare DC residents to support those new technologies. And we're very proud of that partnership. We're also preparing for the future of work when we think about our climate goals and sustainability goals in DC. And we have focused and we have become, through the hard work of a lot of DC leaders, known globally for how we are thinking about fighting climate change. And we have heavily invested in solar works, and for a couple of reasons. First, we know that it's good for our our environment, and we want it to be accessible to not just people of means, but people of all means. And that is why we have focused on programs in solar for people with lower incomes and for multi-unit dwellings in the District of Columbia. But SolarWorks also has given us the ability to train DC residents for those jobs and hiring DC residents for those jobs. We have also looked for ways to be innovative, and I don't know that we have landed in all of the right places when it comes to our residents who need a second chance, who've been involved in the criminal justice system and are home and ready to work to provide for their families. So we continue to look for ways to innovate in that space. So as you are doing your work, I know that you are going to continue to help us build successful programs, look around the world and around the nation for those programs that are working. And there is a somewhat of a benefit. I don't talk about this much, but there is a benefit to our small, nimble organization in the District of Columbia. It would be better if we had 2 senators, and we know we need to become a state to have those 2 senators. So I know you'll be with me on that. But there are benefits to having a mayor and only 13 council members that affect policy and budget and executing those policy and budget decisions. We can literally have an idea today, or you can have an idea today and share it with me. And if it's a good one, we can put it in our, if it's a good one, okay? We can put it in our budget that gets approved in March, and by next October, we could be implementing it. Or if it's a really good one, I can find some savings from one of my agencies and do it right now. So that is why it's so important. And being in the nation's capital, in a lot of ideas that are good ones that work have a different platform and can be shared around the nation and around the world. So thank you for all the work you're doing, and we look forward to our continued partnership. Thank you.
You know, I think as a chef, we really have a lot of responsibility to be leaders in our community, to teach people about nutrition, to teach them about where their food's coming from. There's a lot of things going on in the world, and it's kind of up to chefs to be a part of that social change. We can't keep doing things the way we've been doing them for, 20, 30 years because our environment's just not gonna take it. My name is Marjorie Meek Bradley, and I am the chef owner of Smoked and Stacked in Washington, D.C. The biggest thing about Glenn's Garden Market for me that I love is it sparks a conversation. They're getting all their products hyper-local. Everything here is made in DC, made in Pennsylvania, made in Virginia. Really just cool people making stuff. And, they're giving them a place to sell it here, a bigger reach, a bigger market. It's the middle of winter, and you still have the most amazing fresh vegetables. I mean, look at this Romanesco. It's absolutely gorgeous. There's spirals on it. There's so many options. My favorite thing to get here is the sausage, egg, and cheese breakfast sandwich. It has this huge sausage patty. It's almost like a hamburger, super juicy. Scrambled eggs, melted cheddar cheese on this delicious homemade biscuit that just kind of melts in your mouth. It is literally the best breakfast sandwich I've ever had in Washington, D.C. So good. The sense of community in DC in the restaurant industry is really like nowhere else. I mean, I opened up Smoked and Stacked about 3 months ago and literally run across the street to Buttercream Bakery to borrow milk in the morning. It's like your neighbor that you get a cup of sugar. And a lot of cities don't have that with restaurants. The camaraderie between chefs here just made me want to stay and be a part of it. Tiffany is one of the best neighbors you could ever ask for. Not to mention, she's the best pastry chef in the city. Her desserts are amazing. Her breakfast pastries are super unique. And she has really great play with sweet and salty and textures. It's crunchy, it's smooth, it's creamy. It's really a little bit of everything. It's definitely awesome to go in there and kind of explore. End of the day, long night, whatever it's been, you gotta go to a Speedo. You name it, they make it like from absolute scratch. You can get a cocktail, you can get some chips and salsa, kind of hang out, chill out. All the bartenders are so knowledgeable. One of my favorites is this cucumber and ginger highball. Fresh cucumber juice, ginger, mezcal. It's unique, you know? You go to most places, you get a margarita. There you get like this great mezcal, and it has like smokiness and sweetness, and it's just so much more depth of flavor to it. I just really feel like welcome from the second I walk in the door, and that's what you want in a restaurant. You want to feel like you're in somebody's home. I feel taken care of every time I come here. You know, cooking in DC is a craft. You do it with your hands, you do it with your heart, and people see that on the plate, and it makes me happy to be a part of that.
Congratulations to the 2019 Washington Nationals, your World Series champions.
¡Vamos Nationals!
They finished the fight.
Build an inclusive culture at your startup. Expand the depth and breadth of your team and become more competitive by creating a culture at your startup that is welcoming to people of all backgrounds and experiences. Learn firsthand from your startup and company leaders about the benefits and challenges associated with creating diverse organizations as they share from their own personal experiences. Gain practical insights into how you can build a truly diverse and inclusive culture at your startup. Please join me in welcoming Michelle Graham, DC Market Editor of Technically DC, Michael Atkin, President of Link Strategic Partners, Rakia Finley, Founding Partner, Copper & Vine Studio and Company, Jane Jonas, CEO of IF Studios and Gallaudet University alum, and Sammy Paul, Chief Operating Officer of Means Database. So please give them a round of applause to welcome to this panel.
Said alum, not law. What do you say? Alum, not law.
Thank you so much for having us today. Good morning again.
Morning. Good morning.
Good morning. There we go. So before we get started, for those of you who haven't heard of Technically DC, we're an online news organization covering the startup, tech, entrepreneurial scene here. I'm a one-man band. I cover the entire scene. Majority of my team is in Philadelphia. Specifically this month, we're talking about diversity and inclusion and also technologies of color. So I will definitely be taking a lot of notes during this panel, and I'm excited. So let's go ahead and kick it off. I'm going to go ahead and ask the first question. What does it mean to have a diverse and inclusive culture at your organization, and why is it important to build a culture that is diverse and inclusive? Would anyone like to go ahead and start tackling that?
Go for it.
We say, so at Copper & Vine, we are an all-female team, and we are actually an all-female of color team. And we like to say that we build things for the people that, we build things for the people we are, is what we tend to say in our office. And what that means is to have an inclusive team, to make the decision to have an inclusive team, to make the decision to have inclusive processes, is a decision to say what we push out and what is product to us is a product that speaks to everyone. And the only way you can truly do that is to have a little bit of everything at the table. So it allows you, from a company perspective, to have a stronger niche, a stronger foundation, and a stronger whole to say, we know what's happening outside of us, because in this room, there's a little bit of the society that we're building or servicing or supporting. So one thing that we do differently in regards to our processes, because we still, though we are a diverse team in reality, we, in our office, we're not. And so when we do our QAs, when we build our products, we have our QA sessions, we do QA sessions very differently. We actually make QA parties, and we invite everybody to our QA parties, and we make sure that the room is as diverse as possible. And then with that, we listen, and we listen to feedback, and then we pivot. So having a diverse culture doesn't mean that you're checking boxes in your system, but it means that you're changing the entire perspective of how you do your work to make sure that you're speaking to the world that you're actually servicing, I believe.
I like that you started with a big question. I think the challenge with diversity and inclusion are they become buzzwords and they're never defined. So I love that you're asking us to define them. So in my organization, we run a strategic communication and a community engagement firm. So we work across the country to give voice to communities in collective decision making, as well as campaigns, et cetera. So we choose to look and feel and represent the communities that we're a part of and the communities that we're serving. That looks different to every organization, but for us, what that means is from a diversity of ages, our youngest employee is 16. We take students from the Urban Alliance every year. Our oldest employee is 92, so we think there's a great inclusiveness that comes from that. We represent in Washington, D.C., we have employees from all 8 wards of Washington, D.C. We're 50% male, 50% female. We have 68% on our firm are people of color. And for us, that's not because it's a buzzword. It's because we can't do our work authentically if we don't represent internally the work we're trying to do externally. We are better consultants if we have voices at the table than we are if we go out and try and tell other people how to do their job without ever taking the time to think about how we do ours.
Definitely. I love that.
So I think
Special presentation. Our regularly scheduled program will resume following the event.
Very present help in the time of trouble. He is indeed great and greatly to be praised, and his greatness is unsearchable. Let us bow for prayer. Father, we come before your presence in the name of Jesus. And Father, we thank you on this morning for who you are, in that from everlasting to everlasting, thou art God. We thank you for being the Father of mercy, for it is because of your mercy that we are not consumed. We thank you for being the God of all comfort, for you so lovingly comfort us during our times of sorrow. And we thank you for being the God of all grace, for it is truly your grace that is sufficient for us. We thank you, Father, for sending your only begotten Son to be our Savior. And Jesus, we thank you this morning for your sacrificial death and your victorious resurrection. And we thank you for sending us the blessed Holy Spirit who dwells within us and abides in us. Holy Spirit, we invite you now into this service to have your will and to have it your way as we celebrate the life of firefighter technician Alex Graham. This is our prayer, and it is in Jesus' name that we pray and do give thanks. Amen. This morning's scripture comes from the Gospel of John, chapter 14, verses 1 through 6. And it reads, "Let not your heart be troubled. In my Father's house are many mansions. If it were not so, I would have told you. I go to prepare a place for you. And if I go and prepare a place for you, I will come again and receive you unto myself, that where I am, there ye may be also. And whither I go, you know, and the way you know." Thomas saith unto him, "Lord, we know not whither thou goest, and how can we know the way?" Jesus saith unto him, "I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh unto the Father but by me." Amen. At this time, we'll have a prayer of comfort by Chaplain Porter Lawson, followed by a selection by Miss Stella Street.
Let us bow for prayer. Father, in the name of Jesus, we come to you this afternoon, and we want to thank you for being our God and being our King. And your word tells us, "Blessed are they that mourn, for they shall be comforted." And so, Father, we pray right now that you will strengthen the Graham family. Strengthen this mom, strengthen this spouse, strengthen the siblings, the whole entire family. Strengthen this fire department family as well as this city. For one of DC's finest has come home to be with the Lord. And we need you, Father, because we know that your word tells us that without you, we can do nothing. And so we pray right now that you would strengthen us one moment at a time. And we give your Holy Spirit full legal permission and authority to get down on the inside and touch us where we need to be touched. And Father, we recognize that although collectively we're mourning this afternoon, we realize that all of us mourn differently. But we want to thank you, Father, that you're acquainted with every hair on our head. You're acquainted with the inward parts. And we ask that you would just reach us and that none would be forgotten and that you would move from heart to heart and breast to breast. And Father, not only that you would strengthen us through this service, but strengthen us in the days to come. And so now we want to pray for every song that's sung, every scripture that's read, every acknowledgement that's said, every word that's preached. We give you full legal permission and authority to just have your way in this service. And we'll be so careful to give you all the honor, all the praise, and all the glory. And it's in the precious name of Jesus Christ I pray. Amen and amen again. Sister Street, pause on the song for one moment while they cover the casket.
can only imagine what it'll be like when I walk by your side. I can only imagine what my eyes will see when your face is before me. I can only imagine. I can only imagine. Surrounded by your glory, what will my heart feel? Will I dance for you, Jesus? Or in all you keep still? Will I stand in your presence? Or to my knees will I fall? Will I sing hallelujah? Will I be able to speak at all? I can only imagine. Yes, I can only imagine. I can only imagine when that day comes and I find myself standing in the sun. I can only imagine when all I will do is forever worship you. I can only imagine. I can only imagine. Surrounded by your glory, what will my heart feel? Will I dance for you, Jesus? Or in all you keep still? Will I stand in your presence? Or to my knees will I fall? Will I sing hallelujah? Will I be able to speak at all? I can only imagine. I can only imagine. Surrounded by your glory, what will my heart feel? Will I dance for you, Jesus? Or in all you keep still? Will I stand in your presence? Or to my knees will I fall? Will I sing hallelujah? Will I be able to speak at all? I can only imagine. I can only imagine. I can only imagine. I can only imagine.
My, that was a beautiful selection. Thank you so much, Ms. Street. At this time, we're going to have acknowledgments in this order. Mayor of the District of Columbia, Mayor Muriel Bowser. Chief Fire and Emergency Services for the District of Columbia, Chief Gregory Dean. President of the District of Columbia Firefighters Association 36, Mr. Dabney Hudson. And the stepfather of our dearly departed, Mr. William Skip Creamer. If you would come in that order, please.
I'm Muriel Bowser, I'm Mayor of Washington, D.C. It's with heavy hearts that we gather here today to honor a hero in our community and to mourn the loss of a tremendous man. Being here today to offer Alex's family the most sincere condolences of 700,000 grateful people is among my most solemn jobs as mayor of this city. I speak to you for those 700,000 people, the people that came before us that Alex served, the mayors before me, the members of the council, and all of my administration. Our first job in government is to keep our residents safe, and we do so with the dedicated service of hundreds, actually thousands of men and women like Alex. Alex served our community for 17 years. He never sought attention or recognition for the contributions he made to the department and its fleet maintenance division, and those contributions were many. He was the type of man, I'm told, who cried with joy when he received the email informing him that he was named DC's 2018 Firefighter of the Year. And in the same breath told his partner, he also told her that there were so many firefighters that were just as worthy of that recognition. At Engine Company 21, he served the Adams Morgan community with honor and distinction. He was time and time again praised by the residents because they knew they could rely on him, and his co-workers knew that they could depend on him. There was in his professional and personal life no call for help that Alex wouldn't take. On behalf of all the residents of Washington, D.C., I want to thank Alex's family for sharing such a talented and caring human being with our city. I can imagine that Alex was like so many of our first responders who put others ahead of himself, who sacrificed many weekends and holidays, and maybe even his own self-care and vacation, so that we would be taken care of. Alex made our community stronger, and his legacy will live on in every life that he touched, in every firefighter that he mentored, and in the values of our city that he helped define through his work. We are all reminded today of leadership, positions, policy decisions, budget-making power, the power to talk to people about the sacrifices our employees make. We're reminded today to celebrate his life, but also to celebrate his life in the actions that we take every day to make sure we have the best prepared, best trained, and best supported fire department anywhere in the United States of America. And as we say goodbye to Alex today, let us remember to thank all of our firefighters for their services and sacrifices to keep us safe. As I told Alex's mom, we are grateful to your son's service to the residents of the District of Columbia for the last 17 years. And may the Lord bless and keep you.
Thank you, all of you, for joining us in celebrating the life of a firefighter technician, Alexander Douglas Graham. To his family and loved ones, please accept our most sincere condolences for your loss. Alex's fiancée, Patricia Lynn Becraft. His mother, Dorotha Creamer. His stepdad, William Skip Creamer. His 3 siblings, Cindy, Lisa, and David. To his stepbrother, Michael, and his stepsister, Tracy, and 3 nephews and two nieces. We share in your loss of such a great man and a great person. I wanted to share with you the impact that Alex had on the community, beginning with the number of people that have come to pay their respect to Alex and the family. The Honorable Mayor Muriel Bowser, thank you for your kind words. D.C. Councilmember Charles Allen, Chair, Committee on Public Safety and Justice. John Falcecchio, Chief of Staff, Mayor Bowser. Kevin Donahue, Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice. Metropolitan Police Department Chief, Peter Newsham. Director Chris Rodriguez from the Homeland Security Emergency Management Agency. Director of the Department of Corrections, Quincy Booth. Dabney Hudson, President of the International Association of Firefighters, Local 36. And to the DC National Guard, we thank you very much for sharing the armory with us. We're joined today by the Adjunct General Brigadier Aaron Dean, Brigadier General Kenneth Ryan, and Brigadier General Mark Maldonado. Today, D.C. Congresswoman Eleanor Holmes Norton introduced a congressional record of statement honoring firefighter technician Alex Graham. And we've received hundreds of letters from fire departments across the country expressing their condolences and well wishes for the family. Faith. It is the one single word how one D.C. firefighter described Alex Graham. Faith. Because it was the faith so many of you had in Alex and what he was able to accomplish behind the scenes that gave you faith in the equipment you use on your calls. And it was the same hard work and dedication to his job that gave the 700,000 residents faith that you each had what you needed when you were answering their call for help. Always working in the background, never shying away from projects big and small. Outgoing, but not the kind of guy to sit in the front row, but the kind of man to let others take credit for all he was able to share and contribute. An unwavering commitment to the job, the apparatus, to people, to everyone. For the last decade, Firefighter Graham played a key role at our Fleet Maintenance Division. He assisted with small engine repair and maintenance, inventory management of small tools and appliances, market research of new improved technology for tools and appliances, and much more. Where he really shined was in testing the essential equipment. For starters, the department has over 500 ground ladders. Firefighter Graham inspected all of them each year, making repairs as needed and returning them to service. Third-party hose testing, which began in March of 2017, occurs approximately 12 hours daily for 5 days each year. And Firefighter Graham was there for the entire process. In May of 2016, the department began a concerted effort to bring the fleet into compliance with NFPA requirements for annual pump, aerial, and ground ladder testing. 4 months later, working with a third-party vendor, Alex led the charge in completing these inspections. Since that time, there have been approximately 100 testing days, and Alex was present at all but 5. To Firefighter Graham, we say thank you for displaying the highest degree of skill, zeal, and judgment and ingenuity during the annual testing of aerials, pumps, and ground ladders and hose, and for your efforts in dramatically increasing the percentage of our apparatus that are issued certificates from third-party testing vendors. We were proud to name Firefighter Graham as the department's Firefighter of the Year in 2018. What is not commonly known is that it appears it was the department's executive staff and their deep and insightful decision in January of 2009 which paved the path to Fleet for Alex. As I understand it, it was Alex's love and dedication to his family that took him to his mother's home in a snow and icy storm in the middle of the night. He made it safely until he stepped out of his truck before slipping and falling on his mom's ice-covered driveway, breaking his wrist. So, where should we detail Alex while he is on light duty? With a newly set metal plate in his wrist, how about Fleet? Another brilliant decision by the department's executive staff, and as they say, the rest is history. Wish I could take credit for that. And speaking of wishing, I wish someone could tell us what was inside the metal briefcase that was seemingly cuffed to Alex's wrist that he took with him everywhere he went. He already seemed to have all the secrets leading to such a wonderful and caring life. Once, another firefighter took him to a veteran who was being forced from his home because it was not ADA compliant and presenting unsafe living conditions. As a result, it was Alex who offered to help. With the help and knowledge that Alex brought to the table, along with his ultimate set of tools, that same gentleman was able to get back into his home in just a few weeks. All after Alex simply answered the call for help. Another job well done. With 4 lockers at Company 21, the other technicians had a direct line to Alex and had no need to call anyone else to get anything fixed. If there was a tool that was needed, Alex had it, or he could create it. Designing a doghouse for his dog, Cupcake, complete with heat and air conditioning. Deputy Fire Chief Gary Steen told a Washington Post reporter last week that 5 people wouldn't even come close to replacing what Alex meant to this department and everything he contributed and provided to so many, to all of us. Protecting, serving, helping until the end. Thank you, Firefighter Technician Alexander Alex Graham, for all you gave and shared with all of us, on and off the job. You did it the right way. We should all do it. May God bless you.
Good afternoon. I'm Dabney Hudson, President of the District of Columbia Firefighters Association, Local 36, of the International Association of Firefighters. I'd like to thank Alex's family for allowing everyone to be a part of this celebration of life service today. I can't imagine the pain you've dealt with over the last few weeks. If there's anything we can do to help, please know we're only a phone call away. I would also like to take a moment to thank Mayor Bowser and her staff, Chief Dean and his executive leadership team, Council members Allen, and his staff, as well as the members here at the DC Armory, for ensuring that every request the planning staff for today's celebration made was met without question. Without your support, a tribute this fitting for a fallen comrade would not have been possible. We're here today to celebrate the life of Alex Graham. To say Alex made an impact on our department would be an understatement. Only a few months ago, I had the pleasure of presenting Alex with the 2018 Firefighter of the Year award. He was nominated for this award by his peers, who recognized his hard work that he never wanted recognition for, hard work that no one else wanted to do, hard work that Alex continually asked for because he knew the job needed to get done and he could do it. Because of his dedication, our members had the best equipment they could have to respond to emergencies daily. Alex spent countless hours at our maintenance shop, repairing ladders, small tools, and ensuring all of our vehicles were compliant with yearly recertifications. Once again, jobs that carry no recognition, but need to be completed. Alex never wanted the spotlight. He did the work day in and day out. When foul weather was in the forecast, it wasn't uncommon to see Alex at the shop repairing snow chains late into the evening hours. These are actions few people witness, but are vitally important to the success of our department. Finding someone as dedicated and eager to do these thankless and oftentimes dirty jobs that Alex performed daily will be no easy task. Alex's willingness to help others didn't stop at the district line. Following one of the nation's biggest natural disasters, Hurricanes Katrina and Rita, Alex volunteered to deploy with the team in the District of Columbia to render aid to several of the parishes throughout Louisiana that were devastated by the storms. Thankless work that once again few wanted to do, but not Alex. He volunteered for deployment, motivated only by his want to help others. This is who Alex Graham is, a kind and gentle soul that wanted to give his best to those that needed it most. Alex also loved the history of our great department. He was always willing to share a story or two. It wasn't uncommon to see Alex pulling the department's horse-drawn steam engine throughout parades. He loved that engine almost as much as he loved his beloved Engine 21. The last 2 weeks have been very trying for Alex's loved ones, as well as the entire fire department family. Alex suffered a significant medical emergency while performing the job he loved. Unfortunately, Alex succumbed to his injuries several days later. What transpired over the last week changed the lives of many people forever. A mother lost her son, a fiancée lost her husband-to-be, brothers and sisters lost a sibling, and our fire department family lost an irreplaceable treasure. In the midst of all this, our members stood beside his loved ones, providing meals, a place to sleep, and an ear to bend early in the morning hours. The members of this department did what we always do. We came together to help this family through a challenging time. To Alex's family, I want you to know that we will continue to be there for you. Don't ever hesitate to reach out, for taking care of one of our own is what we do best. Time will heal the emotional pain. However, we will always have our memories to remind us of the kind and jovial person that Alex was. As we prepared for today's service, I couldn't help but overhear stories of Alex, followed by laughter and grins, an occasional tear, all quickly followed by either, "Man, what a good person," "I'm really going to miss that guy." Although he may not be with us physically, his memory will be forever ingrained in this department. In closing, I would like to thank Alex's family for lending him to our department for so many years. It's safe to say that we are a better agency having had him here. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you. For the last 33 years, it's been my honor to be Alex Douglas Graham's stepdad. Big Al, as he's known. To the family, he's Doug. He loved being a firefighter. It was his absolute passion. This has been a very difficult time in our family. We lost a son 4 months ago, and then we lost Doug. And they happen to be the two youngest. I don't think we'd have gotten through the last couple weeks without the people that you are. And especially, they didn't want me to do this, but Captain Matthews, he was going to be here to hold me up if I fell over. I don't see him. Reverend Porter, who has given us a lot of guidance, care, concern, genuine feelings, and Keisha, who has a smile and a personality bigger than this room. They live the Union spirit. 36. You people do a difficult job, and you are family, and it shows, and a family sticks together. And thank goodness for you guys. 36 is the best. What if the world was full of that Union spirit, one for all for one? It'd be a beautiful place. And what if the world had a lot more Dougs? He was a big man, but he had a bigger heart. And as soon as he could, from an early age, he went to work. That's who he was. As soon as he could, he started working in a crab house. And then him and a buddy got an idea that they were going to be millionaires and sell eels to Europe. So they got a little rinky-dinky boat and some equipment that I don't know where they got from, and they tried that. It really didn't work. Also at that time, he volunteered. He wanted to be a firefighter from as long as I'd known him. And he went to work for the Bowie Fire Department as a volunteer at, I think, at 16, as soon as he could. Doug was a very special guy. In high school, he designed from his imagination and then put it on paper, architecturally, a plan to build a house. The county adopted those plans and all built the house. He won an architectural award for it. And he could do anything. Architecture, engineering, very gifted with his hands. The family encouraged him to pursue a career like that and make a lot of money. Doug didn't want to do that. He wanted to be a firefighter. He had a difficult time getting a job at DC. So in the meantime, he worked for WSSC, again in the service department, helping people. He had that desire. Then he worked for Verizon, where his dad worked and his sisters had worked. And they loved him. They loved his work ethic. They loved everything about him. Meantime, he volunteered at the Harold Harbor Fire Department. He had an amazing mind, creativity, skill. There was no challenge too big. When he was a young man in his 20s, he bought a rundown house in Annapolis that he was living in till a couple weeks ago. He took that house from the foundation to the roof and rehabbed the whole thing. He did all the work, the electric, the plumbing, the carpentry, anything needed to be done, he could do. He loved being busy. And there's a lot of people in this room, and I'll bet half of you guys have been a benefit of that dedication. He just loved helping things. He helped his brothers, his sisters, with their decks, projects around the house, anything that needed done. Doug was always there, and his mom and I. He had a hobby Some people play video games or things like that. Doug would buy a bulldozer or a dump truck, a front-end loader, power tools, usually at auctions, and rehab them and work with them. He could work any kind of equipment there was. When he was working, he liked to be alone, really. Donnie found that out, his brother-in-law, when he was building their deck for them. Donnie volunteered to drive a nail with a power tool and didn't get through the first nail. Doug took the tool away from Donnie and finished the project himself. That's the way he was. Luckily, we moved to West Virginia, his mom and I, and that's where Doug broke his wrist. I guess I should have cleaned the driveway off that night. But we didn't know he was coming. We'd have warned him of the black ice. But he fell, broke his wrist, didn't slow him down at work. He loved four-wheeling, and every time he came to West Virginia, something bad happened, it seemed like. He had a really bad accident, broke his pelvis, and a couple other bones, I think. But he kept going. As soon as he could, he was helping us finish the basement. We had a two-story home, and it was unfinished in the basement. It wasn't all work, though. Oh, Sandy, I got to mention Sandy.